Welcome to the first ChessHub Grandmaster Tournament. So I'll be your commentator for the last 3 rounds. I am Chan Kim Yu, of course, Malaysia's newest international master elect, and we're gonna go through these games and see what we can find. I think they're certainly very interesting games. I don't think anybody's on track to score a norm. Oh wait, I think Kavin is, right? Kavin's actually doing really well. So I think if he can keep up his good play, he might be on track to get a norm actually. For the rest, I don't think they're actually in the running, but certainly there is still a lot of play left, and a lot of things can happen in the last 3 rounds. So let's go ahead and get to the action. So let's start with Kavin's game. Kavin's actually playing the top seed of this tournament, Mahdi Gholami, and we have a London e3. Okay, I'm surprised that Kavin is playing this line because normally he's a player who likes to play, main lines. So we would see a lot of these type of lines from him, and as well as Knight C3, which is of course the pet line of his coach, International Master Jimmy Liu, and Bishop G5. This is a pet line of Jimmy's, and Kavin has also adopted this with pretty good success. But okay, I get the feeling he's trying to play a bit more safely, although he could maybe transpose with Knight C3 later on. So already Black is starting to think, and well, I guess it's about which setup to play. So he plays Knight C6. It makes a lot of sense, of course. Firstly, I think Knight C3 doesn't make too much sense now. We can probably just develop the bishop, and of course Knight B5 just Rook C8. So I don't think that's gonna be much of an issue. So okay, after Bishop F4 and Knight C6, I expect him to play something normal like C3. And then Black has a lot of ways to develop. He can play Knight F6, for instance. This is a very, very classical line. You can play Bishop F5, you could play E6. There are a lot of different ways for Black to play. And that's why he's taking his time here, because I feel like it's all about choosing the right setup against these side lines. And obviously, Mahdi Gholami understands this. He's a very strong grandmaster. Yeah, he understands this better than me, certainly. And so, yeah, we'll see which setup he adopts. Okay, board 1. There's not really much to say. Harshavardhan's late for the game, and the game is just about starting. So I realized Junying has been playing a lot of these Knight F3, C4 lines recently. I don't know whether he was inspired by me as well. I like to think that he was at least a little bit, inspired by that. Although the truth is, he probably wasn't. He chooses his own lines for sure. But okay, Knight C6 is a really interesting move. It's not exactly the move I'm expecting, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see whether Junying is ready for this. So I guess he will go Bishop G2, and try to figure out what's his idea of Knight C6. Is he just trying to play D5? Maybe that's his idea. So after castles, I reckon he will be pushing this pawn straight to D4, and then he'll be playing something like E5. So it's actually a very interesting idea. Yeah. Like, I guess D3 is the main move, and then he'll play E5, for instance. And actually, I kind of like what Black is doing. He's got a nice center and everything. We can hit it, but he'll go something like Bishop E7, for instance. And okay, we get here a very typical kind of position. There are actually a lot of games here. This is actually a very typical line. Yeah, which can come from this move order. Sorry, not this move order, but it can come from actually this move order. Yeah, there are some ideas like this. But actually, this is a slightly worse version, come to think of it, because Black spent 2 moments on E6, E5, whereas in this line, Black usually gets E5 in one go. And so, a lot of times, Black saves a full tempo compared to that line. So actually, I think here Black's actually a tempo up, if I'm not mistaken, compared to this line. So, because Black hasn't castled yet here. So, it's interesting to see whether this is what he's going to go for, because I think this is definitely a very interesting line. There is also the option to play D4, and transpose deck to a lot of these D4 lines. But here Black has different options. He can, for instance, take on C4, which transposes to this very topical line, Bishop B4 check, and we block, and then he plays Knight D5. And bishop takes b4, knight takes b4, and I believe there's some castles, and later queen b5 is a big move. I believe even here, yeah, knight a3 is the move. Yep, and there is some queen b5 somewhere. Yeah, somewhere here, and this is a very topical line, and it's a very traditional and old line, but still, very topical nowadays. There are also different tries. I mean, there are of course different ways to play here. I know that Magnus has tried this type of line, so bishop e3. This is another interesting line to try. There are a couple of Magnus games here, and it's an interesting game. There's also a Limzoran game here, by the way, where b5 was played, and then okay, White got very nice typical compensation and won. Yeah, now Zoran is doing really well, and he managed to win the game. So yeah, it was actually pretty clean. Yeah. So there are definitely some games here for sure. So this is another option that you can go for. So Junying's still thinking, so he's definitely thinking of either one of these options. I think he has to go bishop g2 in any case. He can't really do anything else. But after d5, White can, he can sort of think a little bit about what to do. I'm thinking why he would be thinking. Is he worried about e5 here? But this surely can't be good, right? I mean, I just castle, play knight c3, and this is basically this c4 e5 line, but black has lost the tempo because he's played e6 and played e5. So I don't think this can be that great. I mean, knight c3, and later we can consider hitting the center with d4. I mean, it should be quite good for us, yeah? Okay. So Junying's having a little bit of a think. Definitely Harshavardhan sort of got his prep in, but I'm not so sure how dangerous this prep actually is. Okay, let's go to our national hero and national treasure, international master, and hopefully soon to be grandmaster Yoli Tien. I mean, he's having a pretty decent event actually. He's not having the best or the worst event, but given that he plays one tournament a year, I mean, he's doing really well. Yeah. So knight f6 is played. Knight takes e6. This is a very typical line of the Scotch, very traditional. v3, g6, and f4. It's all theory, except that I don't know. Black's starting to think a little bit. Yeah, you can see he's starting to spend a bit of time on his moves. So I guess he was not expecting the Scotch. I mean, as I understand, Li Tien plays the Scotch every now and then, so he probably should have been ready for this line, but well, he's not, which is probably a good thing for Li Tien, of course. When you're blitzing and your opponent doesn't really know what to do, it's always a good sign. Speaking of someone who knows what to do, we have Wong Yong, one of the most well-prepared players in Malaysia. And here we have a French. It's the bishop g5 line. A very traditional line. And this is, by the way, one of his favorite lines to play. He plays gf6, and later on he'll hit the center with c5. And we see that. Yeah, he's playing instantly, blitzing out all his moves. So clearly he's still very much in prep. I mean, obviously the fact that he's in prep kind of signifies that this endgame is a very much playable one. I mean, rook e1 probably will play knight d7 to hit this pawn. And, okay, White has different options. He could play bishop b5, but then Black just unpins with king e7. And yeah, c6 seems to win a pawn, but the thing is that after knight e5, if we take on b7, he just takes back, and he's got a lot of pressure on the king side, yeah? So some sort of rook g8 will come, and I reckon that Yin Long's got this all worked out. He's a player who likes to work these things out, doesn't leave these things very much to chance, let's say. So, I mean, there are other options. I mean, c6 is another widely played move, but I don't think this is that big of an issue. You just take, and then later on you play king e7. And you could say, oh, Black structure is a little bit ugly, but as I always say, these are only weaknesses if we can exploit them, right? And I don't really see how we can sort of exploit these weaknesses. So I don't think this is really a problem, to be honest with you. So, I mean, Black gets very easy development. He's got his king on e7. Later you play bishop a6. You have a very good play. You can use the g file, you can use the v file. No, I like what Yin Long is doing. He's got his prep on the board against a higher rated player. This is a situation that makes you feel confident in chess. And I know that Yin Long is a player who, when he feels confident, he can beat anyone in the world. Maybe a bit of an overstatement. Maybe not Magnus, but you get what I mean, right? He's a very strong player. Yeah. I mean, I feel like in Blitz and Bullet, you can never know. Maybe he could even beat Magnus. It's definitely possible. Oh, speak of interesting lines, but we've got another interesting line here, which is c4. Yeah, and this line is very interesting because e6, knight c3, and knight e7. This is correct. So I believe in Penang we actually saw where black made actually a typical mistake to take on c4, and this is actually wrong because now without the insertion of h4, h5, because you were to put these two moves on the board, it's a very topical line. But this is just no good because now white has a very quick knight g2, he brings his knight to e4 and then pushes on the king side. There are also some queen g4 ideas, and this is just not a very good line to play. And of course, if you play knight b6, it's not an issue. White just drops back. And knight d5, there are even ideas like, knight takes d5, and then white will castle, play knight g3, and then he will start to push f4 and push to f5. And this is not a very comfortable line. So after knight c3, black plays knight e7. This is correct, by the way. And there are a lot of interesting lines here. One interesting line is white can play knight e2, and after d takes c4, knight g3, and then b5. And basically white gambits this pawn, but he's got full compensation, and it's a total mess. A fun mess. So it's one of the more fun variations. However, a3 is the less interesting main line. Knight d7. And now white plays c5 after some thought. So clearly white wasn't expecting this setup for black, which sort of begs the question, what was he expecting when he played a3? Because, you sort of should expect him to play this line, right? Yeah, I see this as a guy who has probably messed up my prep a lot, so maybe I don't have the right to say that after all. But okay, I guess this is white's strategy to build up a nice big pawn structure and keep the position closed. But I don't think black has any problems as well. He's starting to attack the white center, and later on he'll start to move his knight away. He could even consider putting his knight somewhere, on g6 or even on c8 and then bring the bishop out and castle. That could be a decent plan. Or even moving this bishop somewhere and then getting knight f5. That's also another interesting idea, and then getting your bishop to e7. So there are a lot of these typical ideas of how black can develop. And if black can develop, then actually I kind of like his position because, I mean, I'm biased because I'm a Karo Khan player, but I always feel that if black can develop and get his pieces out, and maybe trade some of these knights, especially, this knight on e7, if you get it traded off, trade some minor pieces off, I feel like white's position can be a little bit overextended. So that can be the slight drawback to this. Okay, let's move on to the next game. What else do we have? We have Diajeng Terasa against Priya's Mororrow. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. We have a Spanish castle knight e4, and we have an open Spanish. Okay, and queen e2. Ooh, this is interesting. So I spent 2 minutes on this, less than that actually. So probably it indicates to me some sort of weird prep. I don't think it's that good, honestly. I mean, if it was good, then there would be more games. But I think it's just an attempt to get his opponent out of theory. Okay, so the idea is... Actually, I'm trying to figure out what the idea is. Because I was thinking rook d1. Yeah, maybe it is rook d1. The bishop c5 can be met by bishop e3. So it probably is just rook d1 and try to pressure d5 somehow. Maybe rook d1 and it's some sort of c4. Maybe that could be the idea. So perhaps black should start to castle quickly. So bishop e7, rook d1. There are actually games here. There's actually a Nakamura game against Magnus. So there are some top games here. So queen 2 is actually a move. And the idea is indeed to play c4. That I was right. Bishop takes c4. And yeah, but I'm not super convinced by this, right? Like, it doesn't look all that convincing. Like, there are some games here. There is a Caruana-Giri game where, okay, bishop takes e3 and queen b8. It feels like he got a pretty decent position, to be honest with you. Yeah, and I think black was doing fine here. Yeah, there are a lot of games here, and black is very much fine. So it's one of those interesting tries in the open Spanish. I mean, the open Spanish is one of these lines where I feel that objectively black is equal, but the position is very imbalanced in that sense, right? Because we have, of course, this pawn e5 and this kingside majority, which is not that easy to push. And black's position looks a little bit, weird on the queen side. His pawn structure looks a little bit weird, so to speak, but it has a lot of dynamic potential. Like if he could start to move his knight away and push c5 in some cases, that would be the dream, right? To start to get these pawns going. And black could be doing very well. So actually, I mean, these type of lines, they are very much dynamically equal, but I think they are very good lines to try to outplay your opponent, especially if you're a bit higher rated and you have some ideas like Mororrow has. So we'll see whether he actually manages to get anything from this. I mean, his opponent is thinking, so clearly she doesn't know what to do here, which is good. I mean, it's a good thing if you're white. Yeah, when you play a surprise line like this, the last thing you want to happen is your opponent sort of starts to blitz out lines, and then it's clear that it wasn't a surprise to them. But okay, that's not the case here, clearly. Okay, let's go to the Uzziah game. Ooh, interesting. We have a very interesting line here. We have knight f3 e6, and we have the 4 knights. Knight d5, bishop b4. This is I think this is still theory. Bishop b4, a3, bishop takes c3, and d5. And Uzziah is still blitzing. They're all both blitzing, yeah. I mean, honestly, my first thought is that I like the 2 bishops and the IQP, but practice has shown that yes, it's a little bit nicer for white for sure, because obviously bishops and IQP are quite nice, but black is actually doing well in a lot of these lines here. Knight e2, and okay, here's this castle, later play bishop g4, rook e8, and black has got a lot of counterplay. So okay, white just goes bishop d3. He doesn't mind going for a structure like this. D takes c4, knight takes c4, queen takes d1. And honestly, I still like white. But, clearly Uzziah doesn't really agree with this, because he likes to he's playing very quickly. He's clearly prepped this. And I can see why, actually. His knight is very strong on e5. And later on, it will probably move away and push maybe e5, e4. So, okay, with bishop b2 is an idea, so we have options here. It's possible to go queenside castles, for instance, which forces king e1. This feels like logical play to me. I don't know. He's clearly prepped this. He clearly knows this line better than me, but I'm thinking some sort of knight g6 and then later trying to push e5, and maybe then I can get knight f4 ideas, or I can even play e4. And black seems to be doing quite fine here. I don't know. But also it's like the 2 bishops here. You should never discount the 2 bishops. So I don't know. We'll see what Uzziah does in this sense. So f3, and he's starting to think. Actually, he's thought for quite a few minutes. So I guess he's not as well prepared as I thought he was. But it's understandable. We're quite deep in this endgame. And I mean, there are a lot of lines to check with these, 2 knights lines. You have to check a lot of these knight takes c6 lines as well. So it's a lot of things to look at. So I can understand that he's maybe not checked this endgame that well, because there are a lot of things to check. So it's not easy to check them all. Okay, we have Putri Munaja, another player who, by the way, plays 1 tournament every year. Although this is her exception, because this year she's played, 100% more events. She's actually playing a 2nd event this year, which is fantastic. She played the national championships, because normally she only plays the national championships and then that's it. She doesn't play anything else. I mean, she used to be a really strong player when I was a kid. I remember when I was 12, she used to beat me all the time. Yeah, like, I think our score at one point was like 6.5 in her favor. So she's been a very strong player for a long time. So it's good to see her back on the board, certainly. Okay, so we have a very standard orthodox line of the QGD, and the trick for all these orthodox lines is usually that once white has moved this bishop, now black takes on c4 so that black saves the tempo. Which is why if you look at the old games, you will see players doing stuff like rook c1, and then black will be like waiting with rook e8, and white will be waiting with a3, and then black will be waiting with a6, and then black will make a whole bunch of waiting moves just to wait for white to play bishop d3, before he takes to c4. Now, practice has shown that actually black has more useful waiting moves than white. So white probably should just go bishop d3 and let black take on c4. That's, I think, the common, consensus of this line nowadays. That's not good to wait too much. You just go for it as white. Because after all, black still needs time to play a6, bishop b7, c5, which he would be able to do regardless. He would play a6 regardless of what white does. So, doing it right now forces her to spend a move on a6 in this structure. Oh, and by the way, I just realized this is a game between two of our top Malaysian women. We have Tan Li Ting as well, who I believe now she's working in. I could be completely wrong about this, but I think she's working in one of the big four firms for accounting, of course. I think it might be KPMG, but don't quote me on that. I could be completely wrong about this. So, but yeah, she's definitely a professional. Definitely making good living. But it's a pity that she didn't choose chess as her career, because I think she could have become very strong. Like, definitely she could have been a woman grandmaster if she had put a bit more into chess. That's my feeling, at least. I mean, considering that when I started out, she was already almost 2100. So, you know. But that's part of life, yeah. Some people decide not to choose chess as a career, and I respect that. Maybe they've made the better choice after all. You know, I mean, if you enjoy your life, then who am I to judge you? Okay, so we've got very interesting plays. So here, Junying did play bishop g2 as expected, and now black plays d5, hitting the center, castles, and d takes c4. Okay, this is an interesting line. Queen a4, very standard, right? Black plays knight d7, he's still blitzing, so clearly he knows this line. And there are a few games here, and black scored actually very well. Queen takes c4, e5. I'm trying to think of what's the appeal of playing such a line. I guess the idea is that black's got this center pawn, he's going to play bishop d6, castles, maybe king h8, and later on push or something. Or knight b6, bishop e6 idea is also coming. That could be an idea. So, first things first, I would like to play d4, but I'm a bit concerned about some moves like knight b6, right? And I might be losing this pawn. That being said, I'm not so sure how big of a deal this is. I mean, maybe it is a bit of a deal, yeah? Because, I mean, it will take some time for me to take back this pawn. I'm not sure. Or maybe not. Maybe I go bishop e3 and grab it back right away. Or maybe not. That is knight b4 and c5. That is a little bit worrying, yeah? Okay, I mean, the engine is giving some crazy line like this, bishop d4, with all sorts of threats, like castles, and then bishop g7, and going for a line like this, where I have no clue what is going on here. Certainly it's a line that Harshavardhan has looked at, and maybe he's going for this, maybe he's gone for something else, I don't know. But I feel like it's hard to play a move like d4 without prep. So I'm trying to think of what else would make sense. Does it make sense to play rook d1? I don't know, it looks a bit weird, but I do want to play d4. So you probably play knight b6, I drop back. But yeah, you probably go bishop e7 as well, and still I'm a little bit stuck with this d4 move, yeah? I'm still a little bit stuck. We probably end up transposing back to this line. So, yeah, I'm not sure about this. Maybe it's not good to prepare d4 after all. But then what do? You play d3? And then black can play bishop e7. No, this is actually a very interesting line. And if you look at who's been playing, this is a game of Pranesh, which was a draw. He played at 2400 and they made a draw. I mean, but I think in any case, Pranesh had absolutely no problems in this line. Yeah, black is doing well, if anything. Knight d4, and I mean, white is almost just trying to make a draw here. This is a big attack. And I'm surprised Pranesh wasn't able to convert this, because normally Pranesh wins these attacks most of the time, but I guess with the knight on e4, it's a little bit hard to make progress, and eventually, there was some sort of, I mean, there was some sort of chaos, but it ended peacefully in some rook endgame. Maybe not so peacefully, it was quite a mess still, but eventually, I mean, white was even winning at some point, but it was a draw. So there are some games here. There's also a game of Shamsuddin Vokidov, who beat his countryman in one of these lines. So, I mean, it's a very interesting line, and practice has been, I mean, so far according to modern practice, black is doing well in a lot of these games. So we'll see what Junying comes up with, because clearly he's not expecting this. I mean, who would expect a line like this? I mean, there are literally 5 games in the database. Plus, my understanding of how Junying plays his knight f3 lines is that he doesn't really prep much for them. So as I understand, Junyi has sort of two modes. One mode is he plays the d4 lines and he goes really well. He goes quite deep with his prep, which is his style. And the other thing is when he doesn't feel like prepping or he doesn't have that much time to prep, or his opponent plays all sort of nonsense, which is probably what's happening with Harshavardhan. I know Harshavardhan plays a lot of stuff, so you can't really prep. So I think Junying's strategy going into this game is just I'll play knight f3, and then I'll play c4, and I'll play g3 and bishop g2 regardless, and then we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Like, it can't be too bad. It's a very solid line. And obviously it didn't end up too badly, but it didn't end up too good either, because of course he's under a little bit of pressure having to figure out this complicated imbalanced line. So obviously, yeah, obviously yeah, black is black's doing well here. But okay, queen takes c4, e5, and yeah, I think black is doing well. Yeah, okay, so just 1 second. We'll go to another game. Somebody's complaining about my microphone, so hopefully that helps a little bit. I have made some small changes, so hopefully that helps just a tiny little bit. Sorry about that. Yeah, this was a little bit of a last minute arrangement. I mean, at the very last minute, somebody decided that it would be a good idea, and rightly so, to have some commentary during this event to help bring some awareness, because I've heard they're planning to do a second event, which would be great. And I hope I'll be able to join it, but hopefully they let me know earlier, because obviously when somebody tells me about such a tournament 2 weeks before the start, yeah, in summer, at the height of summer, when everybody's going to Europe to play tournaments, it's a little bit hard. But, you know, and also I think, I heard that this event might be going on earlier this year, but the problem is that you can't really play tournaments based on a hunch. That's the issue, right? Like, if it wouldn't go on, then I would be a little bit stuck in terms of my plans for the summer. So, yeah, but anyway, it sort of worked out for me, and it worked out for them, so I'm glad for the two of us. Yeah, I mean, everything sort of works out in life, yeah, and this is one of them, one of these cases. And I mean, this is definitely the strongest tournament in Malaysia since probably the DYTM Grandmaster tournament, which was, I believe, won by Oliver Barbosa. And Mas was still playing then. I think Mas was the top Malaysian in that event. And if I'm not mistaken, the event was organized to, to give Mas a chance at GM norm. Yeah, it obviously didn't happen, but I mean, it was a very good event. But I was sad to see that there are no good events in Malaysia anymore. And then we suddenly get pretty good sponsorship from these guys. So, I think it's great that Malaysia gets support for chess, and we're very thankful to these guys, especially at ChessHub for putting in money into Malaysian chess. I just wish that there would be more strong tournaments like this. Yeah, because that would be, of course, great for the development of our local players. So, okay, let's check out the London. So we have this CD4, ED4, and Bishop G4 line. Very principled, of course. Black just gets his development in. It's a very, very solid line. Queen B3, Queen C8. And yeah, White is doing fine, obviously. White can't be really worse in a lot of these Londons. But it can't really be better, realistically. I mean, Black's got very nice development and everything. So, now let's see how this one goes. Not the most interesting game, but I expect it to heat up later on. Because, I mean, Black will have to do something to try to play for a win. He clearly doesn't want to draw against Kavin. And Kavin clearly is okay with a draw, because that helps his chances for a Grandmaster norm. So, we'll see how this goes. Yeah, so we have another classic line here. We have the Karlovy structure. Or as some people might say, the Carlsbad structure. So, yeah, we have a very typical play in the Gholami, G6. I mean, as I understand, this is the traditional plan. You would go knight F8, E6, G7, and then put a bishop on F5, and in this way, Black equalizes without trouble. Or, White drops back his bishop to F4. I'm trying to figure out why he would do that. Clearly, there must be some sort of reason why. Perhaps he doesn't like knight E4 or something. Or maybe he doesn't like knight H5. Maybe he doesn't like knight H5 and bishop takes e7, queen takes e7. This is another very typical idea. You trade off this bishop, and then later on you try to secure on attacking chances on the king side. Yeah, Or you could even go back and try to come into e4. It's another idea. So black has very standard and good play here. So he plays bishop f4. And that's the thing about Laxman. Yeah, Laxman has been in the chess scene for a very long time. Yeah, he's played in Malaysia for a very long time. He's been grandmaster probably since before I started playing chess. So obviously a very experienced player. And yeah, he's playing for a win. That's the thing about Laxman. Laxman doesn't care who you are. Laxman is Laxman. He's gonna play for a win regardless of who you are. Carlsen, he doesn't care. I'm Laxman. Laxman can beat Carlsen. So bishop f4, you see, he's trying to play for a win here. Yeah, he's keeping his pieces. Oh, okay, by the way, knight b6 had to be played because if you were to do something like a little dumb, let's say a6, then, there might... Okay, there is not this idea now, but let's say we were to make some horrible moves for black, then, there could be ideas like this. Bishop c7 and the queen is trapped. And I think we saw an idea like this in the ASEAN Youth, but we are not going to see a grandmaster blunder this, most certainly. Okay, so you didn't have to play knight b6 because knight d5 wasn't a threat because of bishop b4 check. But anyway, it makes sense to do this because, of course, the knight isn't that well placed on d7. And after castles, the knight could, in many cases, go to c4. So this is a very aggressive line here from white. He's going queenside castles, and later he's going to push the kingside pawns. So g4, h4, h5. Who cares who you are? My name is Laxman. I will give checkmate. This is Laxman style. And he's great to watch. So I think it's great they invited him, most certainly. Because Laxman's one of the most exciting players in the circuit. And the fact that his rating is low means that his opponents have to play for a win against him, which is even better. It leads to even more interesting play. So g4, of course, stopping bishop f5. And now it's ready to push. Yeah. Okay, maybe not so easy to push because g4 is a little bit hanging, but he can bring his rook first. So he plays king b1, very standard move, tucking the king in. And later on, I guess rook g1 is going to come. And then he's going to play h4, h5 and break the king side. And we'll see whether that works. Somebody's asking, by the way, did you just arrive back in Malaysia? I guess you guys can tell I'm a little bit, under the weather because, yes, I did just arrive in Malaysia yesterday evening. I arrived actually, I think I got home 7:45 and then I had classes until 10. So, yeah, long day. I actually had my flight delayed is the reason. Yeah, so not the best, not the best journey back home, most certainly, but, it's what it is, and that's part of life, right? And I feel like also the fact is that since I had a very good result in Europe, obviously I crossed 2400 in my last tournament, then and then made it a lot easier to deal with, because when you have a lot of good fortune, then having a little bit of bad fortune is kind of fine. It's sort of okay, you kind of feel like, okay, I've got more good luck than I deserve, so you know what I mean? I think it evens out. I don't know whether I'm making any sense. I'm blubbering at this point, so my apologies. But someone who is not blabbering and someone who is not coming up with weird theories is Mr. Wong Yong. He knows what he's doing. So a4 is not the move I expected, and it came after some thought. So clearly this is not prep. This is not prep. Oh, by the way, we have a special guest here who's coming to join us. You want to join us? We have the MCF General Secretary. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's it.
General Secretary and the big boss title of MCF. Yeah.
First and foremost,
to have you
congratulations to you, mate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
much.
Good job.
Yeah. How's it going?
Okay, a bit hectic, but I think the tournament so far has gone as what we expected. I mean, it's quite nice. A lot of people are praising it. I mean, it's been years we have this kind of tournament.
Yes.
We were hoping that you can join, but unfortunately you had plans going to Europe and all that.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Yeah, I only heard about this event 3 weeks before it started. And
But,
it's a bit hard, yeah.
But don't worry, we're having this one again next year. So
that's great.
yeah. We're having this at least for the next 4 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
this is an
amazing.
annual. Yeah, this is an annual event that we are doing for the next 4 years.
Oh,
So
great.
it's a it's a 5 year sort of like a 5 year deal or agreement with ChessHub.
Oh,
So
wow.
we're having
That's
this one next
amazing.
year. Yeah, and we are trying to see whether we can do another one in November.
Wow, that sounds like a great idea.
So if you can join then it'll be great.
Yeah, I think November is also a good time because I feel like
Yeah,
early
yeah,
November there aren't that
yeah,
many events, right? So,
yeah. And it's winter in Europe, so a lot of people would like to come out from
oh, for
Europe,
sure, for
and,
sure.
and come to Malaysia and enjoy the summer here.
Yeah, and such great playing conditions.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just absolutely amazing, no?
Yeah.
And I'm glad that Malaysians can do this because I think Malaysia hasn't had such a strong tournament since the Raja Nasrin Shah GM tournament back
Yeah.
in 2011, right?
Yeah,
Something.
I think the last one that we had something of this kind was in 2012 when the late Peter Long organized one round robin tournament in Swiss Garden. So
Right.
that was in 2012, and so it's been like a 13 years gap, and now we are doing this, and hopefully we can do this for the next 4 years. I mean, like I said, with the agreement with ChessHub is to do this for the next 4 years. So let's see how we can progress from here. Yeah?
Yeah, for sure. I think it'll be absolutely great, if we can. And I see you're also doing a lot more events now, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, before we used to, I mean, MCF used to have something like 4 or 5 annual events.
Yeah.
So I think for now we have expanded it to about 12, 13 events, and not counting the events that we have at our own office. And as you know, for the last 50 years, we never had an office. MCF never had an office. Now we have an office. And we are running events and tournaments and seminars there. So basically, we are running something like I think no less than 20 activities, all year round, not including this GMIM tournament, whatever tournaments that we have. And we are beginning to get the exposure. We're beginning to get the sort of like people kind of like, okay, see what we are doing now. We have a lot of universities wanting to collaborate with us. We have a lot of organizers who wants to collaborate with us. So it's very good. It's very good.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, and it's great that MCF is really, going forward to promote chess in Malaysia.
Yeah.
Especially since chess, I think, is booming a lot in Malaysia, right?
Yeah, I hope so. But we need to get it more organized. We need to get it more structured. We need to get it more, I would say, impactful. So we hope that we can collaborate with many more people. Organizers in universities, whatever, and see how we can progress and how we can develop further from here.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah. By the way, after this, there's another event at the end of this month, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's the okay. We have the school event, the scholastic event, sometime on the 22nd until the 24th of August, and then we have the team rapid event. So it's something similar to the PMX trophy that we had. So it's just a rapid time control. So that'll be happening on the 30th. So the concept of the idea is people coming here, to play for the rapid tournament on 30th, and then 31st is our National Independence Day. So yeah, since you're already here, and enjoy the celebration and watch the parade and whatever not. So it's kind of like a two-in-one kind of tournament where you come and play, and then the next day you enjoy the National Day.
I think that's a great idea, yeah. Especially those from Johor or
Yeah. I mean,
from the East Coast, they can come down and
Yeah.
enjoy the celebration.
Yeah, I mean, you're already here, and you're already playing in the tournament, and yeah, just bring your family, bring your friends, and whatever not, Next day, just enjoy this national celebration. I mean, that's
Yeah.
one way of coining it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for
All
joining
right,
me.
I mean,
Najib.
enjoy. So, guys, enjoy the tournament, enjoy the championship. We hope to do another one at the end of the year. But rest assured, this event will continue at least for the next 4 years. That is the agreement that we had with ChessHub, our sponsors. And thank you again for you to do this uh, broadcast. And again, congratulations for achieving the norm. Passing the 2400. And we'll see whether you can become the I think the 12th.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
But I mean, it's good. It's good to celebrate. Yeah, I mean, we are hoping that more norms will be achieved from this tournament. I know Kevin Mohan has a good chance of
Yes,
earning a
of
norm.
course.
Not sure about Junying. Of course, it's very
I think it's
challenging.
gonna be hard. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be challenging.
2600. It's a lot of points you need for
Yeah,
that.
I know. It's going to be a bit challenging for Yoli Tien. Not saying that he cannot get it. I mean, there's still a chance, but
I think they have to win today, right?
yeah, they have to win the. Well, to put it bluntly, they have to win the remaining 3 rounds. As simple as that. And it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
Of course.
It's just that it's going to be very, very, very challenging.
Yeah, because these players they come very well prepared. Yeah.
Yeah,
You see
yeah, I mean-
Jun Ying's opponent is come with like some crazy prep today.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
Jun Ying's under pressure and everything.
Yeah.
But
I mean-
you know, he's used to that, I feel, yeah. So
I think. Okay. Talking about this tournament, we don't see this many kind of tournaments here in Malaysia.
of
yeah?
course, yes.
When you play in an open tournament where there are 100 plus players, when you lose to a 2300 or 2400, you drop down and you probably play a 1800, 1700.
Yes.
So if you are like, if you are really good, and you can probably say, okay, this is a relaxing round for you, because you are playing against 1700.
I don't know you.
Okay, I know.
nowadays.
No, I mean, compared to playing against a 2300, 2400, and a 1700, okay. But here you have a tournament where you play with 2300, and even if you lose, you go down and you still play another 2200. I mean, it's like,
Yeah, it's very strong.
yeah, it's very strong.
And there are no easy rounds. I
Yeah,
think.
there's no easy rounds. I mean, the average rating for this tournament is about 2300. That's quite
Yeah,
high.
I think that's the highest average
Yeah.
rating in Malaysia for
Yeah.
a long time. Right?
And then when we calculated, the chances for Li Tian to get norms, his final GM norms, we calculated that the top 10 players is at least 2420, the average rating. So that's high for us here. Is very high. So I think some of the players there, well, like Li Ting or Munaja or even Uzay, they probably get a shock because you suddenly playing to a very high level.
Yeah, I know. It's
You know?
not. It's something they're not used to in that sense.
Yeah, it's
but
not used to.
I think Malaysians need to have exposure to this stuff.
Yeah, I
These
mean-
strong players from overseas who come and play is a really good experience.
I
for
mean,
them.
that's one of the reasons. I mean, like us at MCF, we would like to promote more classical tournaments because you want to get our players to be attuned or acclimatized to longer time control because
Makes
they
sense.
need to understand that you play rapid, you get 3,500 points, you'll still not be a GM. You
Yeah.
you want to play more quality tournaments, and for the one in November, what we're planning to do is the longer time control where you have a secondary and primary time control.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
Like some
And-
extra 15 minutes.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
40
yeah.
minutes,
And
you
then
go to the toilet and everything. So otherwise
And-
you're stuck there.
yeah, and then it's going to be like a single round tournament. I mean, one day, one round.
It sounds
And
like the dream.
and we're trying to do it like for now we're doing it 9 rounds, but they are double rounds. So for November we'll see whether we can expand it to 11 rounds.
That sounds great.
Full time control,
So it
11
helps
rounds.
for the norm.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
remove some games
Yeah.
and everything. So
Yeah.
it's gonna help for sure. Yeah. So
And we understand that when we did this tournament, or we started off with this tournament, some GMs are reluctant to come because when they see that they have to play double rounds a day, they
yes.
kind of like it's too tiring.
I know what you mean.
You know?
Yeah.
So they said they prefer the one day one round. So if we do one day one round, then we will do the entire the full blast.
Yeah.
And we'll do 40 moves in 2 hours, and then 30, the next half an hour to finish and all that.
Wow, you're gonna do the whole.
Yeah, it's gonna be like
Time
World
control,
Championship.
yeah.
Yeah, World
Wow.
Championship time control.
Wow, that sounds like a great
Yeah,
idea.
I'm sure you are now like mouth watering. Yeah, I want to join this tournament.
The way you're describing it, it's gonna be the best tournament in Asia.
Yeah.
So I hope we can do that. Yeah.
We will definitely try to do that. We will definitely try to do that. That's the aspiration. We want to elevate that standard of chess in Malaysia to a higher level. I mean, we're not going to just stick with the kampong style. We're going to go in the world style. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
let's try for the best. I mean, why stop halfway?
Yeah, exactly. Especially now we have very generous sponsorship from.
Yeah, we have generous sponsorship, of course, thanks to ChessHub, and also we have potential players like Li Tian is here. We are quite. I mean, Po Yu Tian, they already made some plans like you to play in Europe. I think you and Po Yu Tian probably didn't expect that we can have this tournament. I mean, it's a bit
No, we
informative.
didn't expect it
Yeah.
at all.
So
we heard of it, but we were like, I don't think Malaysia can do it. And
Ah.
I'm sorry for having so little
No,
faith in you
no,
guys.
no, it's okay, it's
You
okay,
guys
it's
have
okay.
really,
It's
I
okay.
have to say, exceeded our expectations. Yeah.
I mean, it's good. I mean, it's a pleasant surprise.
Oh, for sure.
It's a welcoming surprise. It's a pleasant surprise of what we can do and what we can achieve and what we aspire to be.
Absolutely.
So the next time around, we hope that you can join, Jun Ying can join, Yu Tian can join, Li Tian can join, of course, some of the top players, and we'll try and invite as many players as we can from outside to come and join.
That sounds like a good idea, and definitely I'll free up my November schedule. Hopefully you can make it work out. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Somewhere like
definitely.
early mid November, I think that would be absolutely fantastic. If we could do that.
Actually, somewhere at the end of November. We have something in the middle of November.
Right. Okay. So you're planning another event in a mid.
Commonwealth.
Oh, right.
So we're having talks. The Commonwealth Chess President is coming today. So to view the size and all that, we have three possible venues for us to. So this is one of the venues that we are considering to do the Commonwealth. In the middle of November, somewhere between the 10th and the 18th, we plan to do the Commonwealth. And then at the back end of the Commonwealth, then we'll start the next one. So you have all these GMs already here for the Commonwealth, and they just continue to play into the.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea because I was saying to some friends, I was like, you guys should collaborate with another tournament.
Yeah.
And because I feel like the Europeans, when they look at it, they want to play more than one, right?
Yeah.
Because it's so far and it's like
Yeah.
gonna cost so much money to come over. Right?
And-
Like, I'm gonna spend like a few thousand euros to come over. I want to play a few events.
Um,
It sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, and then at the end of that, at the end of this proposed GM tournament again at the end of the year or in November, then we have probably about a week break, and then you have the Pahang Festival, Johor Festival, and the Penang Festival. So you come for one ticket, you can play like in 5 or 6
Yeah,
tournaments.
I think Singapore is planning on a tournament, right?
Uh,
In December.
I think so.
That might, you could possibly play like 5, 6 in a row, if you count that.
I think for this tournament, you have to understand some of the GMs that come here, we actually provide reimbursement for their flights. You know?
Yes, I've heard as much.
Yeah. So it's rather expensive to do it, but I hope it's worth it. I want to see. I want the community to feel that we are definitely trying to get our standards of chess, way above. I mean, Singapore have what 5 6 GMs. Indonesia have a few GMs,
Yeah.
and we are still like no GMs, and I mean that's kind of sad, to be honest.
Well, to be fair, they have a big chess culture, yeah.
Well,
Like-
we are trying to create that for Malaysian.
Yeah, no, I feel like we need one GM, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
Indonesia
Yeah.
had Utut Adianto,
Yeah.
Once
Yeah.
you have someone like Utut Adianto, it's like, everything starts to work out.
Yeah.
Philippines has, of course, Eugenio Torre.
Yeah.
And we need a big hero like that. Hopefully that will be either Li Tien or Po Yu Tien, yeah?
Yeah.
Because I think once that happens, then people will start to play overseas and it will be,
Yeah.
and maybe even play, or even better, play in Malaysia in our fantastic events that we have here.
Yeah. And maybe you can be our next GM. I don't know.
I don't know. I think we'll leave it to some more experienced organizers. Yeah.
We of course we have good chances in Li Tien and Yu Tien.
Yeah.
Junying is doing quite well. He's quite
Yeah.
active in all tournaments. There might be somebody like Kavin Mohan or Anderson,
Yeah,
coming in from.
Because these kids, they can improve very
Yeah,
fast.
yeah.
And they don't have that many obligations, so it's like they can put everything into chess.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think actually guys like Kavin and Anderson, they have a very good chance to,
Yeah.
improve their titles for sure. That's for sure. I think some good chances for IM norms here in this tournament. Yeah.
I think one of the challenge for us at MCF is for the boys, for the guys, we have this so-called the next generation. I mean, you have Li Tian, of course you have Po Yu Tien, and then you have Kavin and Anderson, slightly younger.
Yes.
We're still trying to see where we can get some kind of foothold or foundation for the girls. So this
Right.
is a challenge that we have. So we need to get more girls, more women to be active in chess.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I know there are now a lot of new IMs in Malaysia, but I don't really see that many new women who are
Yeah.
getting these IM or GM
Yeah.
titles. Yeah.
I know Li Ting is one norm away from WIM.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
You make it here, right?
I'm not sure. She was struggling the first four rounds. But she picked up in round 5 and round 6 she did quite well. So let's see how she moves the next 3 rounds.
Right.
Again, it's like Li Tian and Junying and all. They still have to win the last 3 rounds. So it's not impossible, but it's very, very, very challenging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the WIM might be a little bit less challenging, but
Well,
it's gonna be hard regardless. I think she'll need like a
Yeah.
+2 score for that. Yeah.
I mean, regardless, there are challenges. We do not know their journey. They have some personal challenges that may have to overcome.
Oh yeah,
You know,
for sure. Yeah.
yeah.
In life, of course, it's that way.
Yeah.
And actually, some of these players, they are, they're not really full time into chess anymore,
Yes,
right?
yes,
And
yeah.
guys like Li Tien or Tan Li Ting, they have, they have like blossoming careers
Yes,
in
yes,
different other
yes.
factors of life.
But
They
but
don't have to be in chess. Yeah.
yeah, but of course, if we can do this tournament, many more tournaments like this,
Yeah.
and we can have them to join. Well, one day they might just say, okay, I'll turn professional and just play chess full time.
Yeah.
You never know. You
Yeah.
never know.
Not sure that would be the best decision for them, but yeah, I think we would like to see that.
I mean, it's like I think Wong Zijing, I am Wong Zijing.
Yes.
He's in US. I think he wrote an article a couple of years back or a few years back. He said that most of our chess players who become who's like him, he was I think one of our strongest. I am at 2-4
Yeah.
something.
Yes.
And he said you'll come to a point where you will realize whether I want to go for chess or I want to go for career. You come to that hard point of deciding where you want to go. And for him, of course, he took career.
Yeah.
And I think Yoli Tien, I mean, next year is 17, or this year is 17. This year is 17. SPM is looming. Yeah.
He feels a little bit younger than
Yeah, I know. But
Yeah.
that is the other challenge that we have for many young Malaysians. When they are 17 and SPM is looming,
Yeah.
and then they have to decide. I want to go for chess. I want to go for education and career. So
Yeah, that's true.
it's tough.
Because I think that's our biggest thing in Malaysia, right? That players, once they reach a certain age, they have a lot of talent, but once they reach a certain age, they seem to drop out of the system, right?
Yeah, because I think for one thing is that chess. I mean, we have to be honest. Chess for now doesn't support you in the future that much.
For sure, yeah.
I mean, like soccer players, you can become professional players. I mean, hockey
course.
players, badminton players. The prize fund, even the prize money is good. Yeah. So, but as you can see here, what we're trying to do is we're trying to elevate that for chess. But still, whether it's enough to push everyone to suddenly drop everything and play chess full time,
I also like, should you? That's the question, right?
Yeah, should
like
you?
you have a nice career, you have a well-paying job. Would you sacrifice that for something which
I think it's
You
yeah
know?
yeah. But you look at chess like 30 years ago. I mean, I was involved in chess since 1990s. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I know I can't make money then. But if you look at now, organizers, we have a lot of organizers, we have a lot of officials, and they can survive with chess. It's not like 20 years ago where you can't, but now you can. So the possibility is you cannot remove that possibility. It's there.
Yeah.
It's there. So we just hope. I mean, we just hope for the best, and hopefully, we can take chess to a different, to another level. We hope that while we can't make sure that chess players will suddenly become millionaires and all that.
Of course.
Yeah, but at least we have a pool of players who are passionate enough to play the game full time. And I know that there are also this, we are into like gig economy or whatever. You can still play chess and do something else on your part time and all that, just to supplement whatever income that you need. I think you can work it out. It's just that you have to be a bit more creative about it. That's all.
Yeah. And speaking of that, I feel like Malaysia, right? I think the biggest concern of Malaysians is that, especially as chess players, that we can't like make a living that easily, yeah, in terms of chess. So, does MCF have any initiative in that sense to maybe support some of the younger players who might want to, turn professional and make it a career?
I think we are gradually doing that. Of course, we can't promise, but the effort is there. ChessHub, I think at the end they are also promoting and sponsoring some of the players. I think there's another outfit out there. I'm not sure, but he's also sponsoring like Yoli Tien going to Europe. There's
Yes.
another sponsor out there. And there are talks that some of the sponsors might just join together, like a venture, and because I mean it's like it's like when there's more of us, sponsors coming in, and the bigger we are, it's much easier to to get the recognition, to be visible so that people can see the efforts that we're doing. So let's see how it goes. I mean, we had PM came to our tournament. We had the first lady Wan Aziza came to our tournament. We have this event. I think we're trying to get the minister of the federal territory to come tomorrow for the closing and all that. So we are trying to get as much impact as we can in terms of our visibility to the community, so that people notice us. I think that's one thing that is very challenging for chess, because people don't notice us. We need to be noticeable. We need because when we ask people, so who's our number one player, some of them are like, want to be who's our number one player and all that.
I think most people say masks when
Yeah. Most people still think it's Mas. I mean, even if you ask the community who's the world champion, they all still think it's Bobby Fischer.
Mas is obviously a legend of Malaysian chess.
Yeah.
Discounting him in any way would be,
Yeah.
blasphemy. But there are of course other strong players like him. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think he would admit that too. That
Yeah.
even though he's one of the strongest players in Malaysia, that he's not the only one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Guys coming up nowadays. Yeah.
I think Mas ruled the chess world in Malaysia for 10 years. I think somewhere the late 90s and until about the early 10s.
Yes.
And then you see people coming up like Xi Jing and all that. But unfortunately for Xi Jing, he came up, played well, and somehow or other career took over, and now he's somewhere in US being a lecturer and probably doing very well. We had a few like Nicholas Chan, even Mok Ziming.
Yeah.
Who somehow or other climb up and then I'll decide to do something else. The same with Mas.
Yeah.
So now we have a new generation of players like Li Tian. I think Li Tian was alone somewhere. Now we have Yu Tian and Anderson and Kavin, so a new generation of players.
Now there are a bunch of 2400s coming through.
Yeah.
Maybe that's good, because now Li Tian feels there's a little bit of upward pressure, and that will maybe give him that motivation he needs.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, Li Tian probably say, okay, nobody can catch me. Suddenly now Yu Tian is coming from, coming up from, just a few points below him.
Yeah.
And saying that, so I have a challenger now going for the GM title. So
and he's doing well. Yu Tian's rating is rising, right?
Yeah, he's rising. He missed the GM norm in Budapest, I think.
Yeah, Budapest was a tough event, No, but he played with some underrated players. This Indian kid who was like, he's 2250, but obviously he's not 2250 strength. But I think Zoran actually got crushed by him in Paris. So
oh, really?
Yeah, he beat two Malaysians, two of our strongest players. So hopefully some of us can go there and get some revenge of this guy. But he's very well prepared, so it's one of those things.
I think you said that he's an Indian boy, right? I think India they have this nice support structure for people to grow. So I think that's one thing that we need to do here in Malaysia the next time around. We need to have a proper development program for the youngsters to come up. I mean, some of them they are very talented, but we like trainers, we like GMs to come in and help our players to improve. So that's something that we need to do next.
Yeah, but I understand it's not easy to
It's not.
So how is MCF planning to
We have a few interested parties. We have this one program going on. I'm not gonna sort of like say too much about it.
It's a secret.
It's not a secret, but I don't want to jinx it, and suddenly it doesn't happen.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
But the amount of money that you need is a lot. The amount of money that you need is a lot. Sorry about that.
Chess coaching is very expensive nowadays.
And because we don't have a GM, so we have to import GMs. But even if we do have GMs, you need to have somebody who is able to teach.
Yes, that's true.
Then just because
having a high rating,
correct. Just because you are a GM doesn't mean you are a good coach. And just because you are 1600 or 1700 that you are a bad coach, because coaching is not just about what on the board, it's about motivation, it's about planning, it's about there's a lot of things.
I mean, obviously you can't have a 1600 teaching a 24.
Oh, I know. But still the concept. Because at the end of the day, you need to get the player from 1600 to 1800, from 1800 to 2000, from 2000 to. I mean, that's how you do it, right? So maybe, but you need somebody who can teach the good foundation and all that for them to go. Because if the foundation is wrong, that's it.
Yeah.
You can't move further.
But I have to say, I feel like the chess coaching in Malaysia has improved a lot. Because I feel like, I think it's also competition from the Filipinos and Indonesians who've come here. They've, in a sense, I feel, made our coaches better at what we do. Because we are forced to improve, to compete with these guys.
I think the barrier is not like before. Before you need to have somebody who comes in front of you and teach you. But now you have the internet and the online coaching. So the barrier is sort of like is no longer there. But still, being taught or being trained face to face, and online is still two different things. You still need to have that human touch for you to teach. Somehow or other, I feel that is better. That is a better way of coaching. Like it or not, it's not that online is not good, maybe it lacks some of the personal touch. Sometimes you might like us now. You see us, but you can't see whether the boy is concentrating or the boy is fiddling with the hand and all that. You can't see. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
So
you can't really have everything, right? It's
well,
like you can't expect Yoli Tien to travel to Croatia every week,
yeah,
right?
correct,
So
correct, correct, correct. So you make the best out of what you have.
yeah,
Yeah. So now the idea is for us as a federation to come and bring all these GMs here, and we provide the support.
yeah,
So
that's also a
yeah,
great
so
idea.
so that's how we're gonna do it. But it is a lot of money. It's gonna cost us an arm and a leg and probably our head as well to get these GMs to come
Yeah,
in.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
No, they're not cheap for sure.
Yeah, I mean you have to give them, living and then accommodation, flights,
Yeah,
So and one GM, how many students can he teach? He can't be teaching 100. He can't be teaching 100.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he can't be teaching 100. So you probably have one GMs to about what, 4, 5 maybe at most.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. So
4 or 5.
yeah,
So let's see. I mean, if you have 100 students and 100, future players to groom, you need at least maybe what, 20 GMs to do that.
cool. But
I
it's
don't
also
know.
like you don't need like let's say you're talking about 23, 2400s, you probably might want strong GMs for those, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
but for let's say 1900s, 2000s, you don't
yeah. Of
really need
course, of course.
GMs,
I
right?
mean, I
You can
mean,
even get some of those Malaysian IMs
yeah,
to
yeah. We're thinking. I mean,
definitely not self promotion here.
yeah. I mean, we have Jimmy. We have Jimmy. Jimmy. Sometimes when we approach people for training, Jimmy is very. I would say, is quite open. For him
Yeah,
to do this coaching and all that. I'm sure Mars.
yeah.
Is.
Mas doesn't really coach, does he?
No,
He's
I
got
think he
very
does.
successful students, obviously. He's
Yeah,
got
yeah, yeah.
he's got Lilik Zhang, obviously, he's his star student, but you know, obviously he doesn't really coach much nowadays, yeah, so that's the
Well,
thing. Which is a
um,
pity because he's got great understanding, I feel.
yeah, yeah, because
Like it's always
Mars,
a pleasure to talk to Mars. If
because
I get the
because
opportunity, I always want to talk to him, yeah.
Mars,
So
Mars, I know him when he was growing up, and his father, his late father, always buys him books. Yeah, books for him to learn. So Mars is somebody who learns from reading the books. So he understands the structure because when nowadays we just most of us are just based on chess base.
oh yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes we do not understand why the move is like that. We know it's a good move, but sometimes we don't understand why it's a good move.
Yeah.
You know. So Mas understands the fundamental because he reads a lot. So he's a good coach. I think that's the one of the reason why he's a good coach. He can explain to you why he's like that.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah,
Yeah, so I think also, if we can get those for like the 1900, 2000s, I think those are very good ways because also it's like I feel if you get someone who's local, it's like it's a local hero
yeah,
to
yeah, yeah,
look
yeah.
up to,
I think that's one thing that we need to do. We need to create a local hero. We need to
Yeah,
create a local hero, a local icon.
yeah,
To make sure that okay, I want to be that guy. So even when we do this tournament, we yesterday we were discussing because when you do chess tournament in Malaysia, usually you only have the Malaysian Chess Championship to look forward to. That's it.
yeah,
You know, okay, every 2 years you get the Olympiad. So
yeah,
if you win the chess championship, you go to Olympiad. So now that we have this tournament, people are now looking for okay, after the Malaysian Chess Championship, I get to go to the Malaysian Masters. If I
yeah,
become a champion in the Malaysian Masters, I get to go into this tournament.
yeah,
So you see your sort of your career path in chess. Okay, after this I can aim for this one. I can aim for this one.
yeah,
So it's a good progress. I mean, for training, agree with you that the 1700, 1800, you probably need local irons, or local strong players to
yeah,
teach. And obviously, when you start hitting 2200, 2300, then you need a good GM.
of course.
And of course, if you want to get that 2500 and go into like super GMs 26, then you need even a better coach. So, I mean, it's only logical that we need that.
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean, we are trying to see how best we can manage this. Hopefully, we get more opportunities for players to progress. Um, and see how it goes. So we are targeting at least for the next couple of years, for us to get somewhere, for us to get at least one GM, maybe two, and let's see how it goes. I think one of the challenge that people must understand is that while we are looking forward to our first grandmaster. The more challenging bit is how to progress and create the next grandmaster. You know, it's
Yeah.
like we create one Lee Chong Wei, so now we are trying to see whether we can create another Lee Chong Wei. So same thing like GM. You know, we can
Yeah.
we I think it's not impossible to get a GM in the next year or couple of years. Yeah,
Wow.
I
It's
think I
very
think
optimistic.
I'm very
But
optimistic.
I
Come
like
on,
that. I like that. I really
come on.
like
We have
that.
to be very optimistic.
Yeah.
We have good candidates in Li Tian, Yu Tian, and Junying, and probably even you.
No, I'm not sure about that.
Okay,
It's a long
but
way. It's a long way to
yeah,
go.
but okay. So if Li Tian gets it or Yu Tian gets it, how can we create another Li Tian or another Yu Tian? How can we create two more or three more? You know, like India now they have like 83 or 85 GMs, and they started off with what? With just Anand or
Vishwanathan.
yeah, and now like they are leaps and bounds in front of us. You know, even Singapore don't have to go very far. Singapore. I mean, of course, the last time we said that Singapore, yeah, Zhangzhou is not a Singaporean born, but now they have what? They have four or five Singaporean born. Jagadish, okay, Jagadish is not, but Jingyao I think is a Singaporean
Yeah,
born. Yeah,
Jingyao, Kavin
Kevin,
go.
yeah,
Yeah.
Kevin, and I think they have two or three more is coming up. I mean, of course, Bangkok was their first GM
Yeah.
way back in mid 80s. So,
Yeah.
but but it's not impossible. I mean, for us, is that you produce one, you need to produce more. You can't just let one go and then you just relax. Okay, we got our GM. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
You know, it's okay. We got our GM. So who's the next one? No, who's the next one? Who's the next one?
Yeah. But I think it's always like that, right? Once you get the first GM, then the sponsorship will start to come. Which means that, of course, you'll be a very much more busy man, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you're already very busy now with everything, but
Yeah.
we get a GM, it will be next level for you.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I lamented the fact that I told everyone I retired because I want to focus on chess. And this year I was telling everyone that even when I was working, I was not as busy as this, and suddenly now it's like filled. Today, tomorrow, the closing, and Mr. Bharat from Commonwealth is coming today to visit. And
Today?
yeah,
Wow,
today, and,
amazing.
and and we have a closing tomorrow, and then we have the scholastic, whatever not. So we have the NA seminars. We're going for the Commonwealth, another event, and it's a busy, it's busy. I mean,
Yeah.
uh, I don't know whether I made a mistake or not by filling up all these events.
I don't think you can make a mistake by organizing more tournaments. We are all very happy to hear that there are more events in Malaysia, and we look
Hopefully,
forward
hopefully,
to
hopefully.
playing in some of them if possible. Yeah.
Definitely,
Yeah.
we definitely want you for the next one.
Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for
All right.
joining me, Sir
Uh,
Najib. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on the
okay,
stream.
good.
And
And
yeah, all the best for the future events. And I hope MCF continues to promote and promote Malaysian chess and organize more events here.
and you to become the next running for GM.
Uh, I hope
Yeah.
so. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I feel like
We
now I'm just enjoying my life,
we
and if it comes, it comes. Yeah, that's my approach to chess nowadays.
I mean we have the mechanics now. We have the support structure now.
Yeah,
Try it out.
yeah, I'm gonna have to. Yeah, like if you keep organizing events like this, it's hard not to try.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah,
They're
yeah.
very tempting. I'll be like, oh, I'll be sort of itching to play some of them.
Okay,
So
good.
yeah,
So I leave you and guys. Thank you very much for watching. So enjoy your stay here for the next couple of
yes.
days. Tomorrow is closing. Let's see how it goes. Yeah.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you for joining me.
All right. Bye.
Okay. So that was Mr. Najib Wahab, FIDE Arbiter and General Secretary of the Malaysian Chess Federation. Obviously a big, the guy who's behind all these events, so it's great to have him on stream. So now we're going to take a quick 10-minute break and we'll be back in no time. So yeah, don't go anywhere. Hello guys, so we are back and there have been a lot of interesting developments for these games. So I'm gonna go straight to the action and see what's going on. Okay, so we left the Yinlong game somewhere here, and we saw Yinlong started to take a little bit more time after knight d7. This is, by the way, the idea of this line, roughly. The bishop b5, white can play c6, and white does win a pawn. But black gets a lot of... Black basically completes his development, gets a lot of pressure on this diagonal. And, with that in mind, okay, it's not going to be easy for white to retain that pawn on g2. For instance, I believe if f3, black just plays rook g8, yeah, and now there's some issue with that pawn on g2. For instance, if bishop f1, there could be bishop a6, and this is actually really strong because, hey, if we exchange the bishop, of course, that pawn on g2 becomes, what is a very big problem. Knight c4 could be coming later on as well. So, yeah, black is doing very well here. So white decides that he has to give back the pawn. which is very sensible. So black plays rook hg8. He's in no rush to really take back the pawn. Knight e1, bishop takes g2, and you know what you know, black is doing pretty well. He plays f5, now h3. That being said, it's still quite an imbalanced position. I guess the idea of h3 is that white didn't want to allow some sort of rook g4 when the rook can come back, let's say even to d4, or to put it on f4 as well. And, you know, black would be very comfortable in that case. So white plays h3, stopping that. And, yeah, black has a lot of activity with his pieces, but white is, after all, having these quasi pawns, so it's not all smooth sailing for black. That being said, I think Yilong should be doing well. It just needs to find a good plan here, which is easier said than done, really. It's not so simple to find a way to continue for black. I mean, the most logical seems to be... Ooh, okay, I was going to say rook d8, and then he plays f4. I mean, it makes a lot of sense as well. It's starting to push that pawn and trying to maybe push it to f3 when f2 could be a little weak. He could also play rook d8. Maybe that's the reason he played... Another reason he played f4 is so that after rook d8, there is no king e3 move. And honestly, it's not so easy for white to push his queen side. So I'm not sure. I actually really like what black is doing, but we'll see whether it'll be enough. Yeah, I mean, of course, white has a lot of counterplay still. So, I mean, I think this game will heat up very soon. And I think I may have jinxed the Laxman game, because it turns out Laxman is not always playing for a win, because he makes a quick draw now. Sorry guys, that was my fault. It was totally my fault, and now we've got a quick draw. Okay, and we have another quick draw between Tan Li Ting, which we're just saying that she might need to win, yeah? And I find it weird that she agreed to draw here, because if anything, I feel like black is the one that's having quite a comfortable game. But objectively, it's equal, of course. Yeah, bishop b7, a6, and yeah, objectively, it is some sort of equal position. But, you know, I feel like if she wants to get her WIM norm, and you know, like many of us guys, right? I mean, if I was in contention for a norm, I think I would end up. I usually just play all my games all the way to the end, even if it's a draw. I mean, if it's equal, because I feel like, okay, black's maybe a little bit more comfortable. That pawn on e4 is a little weird, so I think if I'm black, I would have played on. But you know, at the same time, I can understand that it's a tiring event, and she probably still has a chance to make the norm if she wins the next 2 games or something. So, you know, it should be still possible. So, yeah, she just wants a quick draw now. She'll have white in the afternoon, and she'll try to press 10. Okay, so one game we haven't looked at is the Anderson game. So for those who don't know who Anderson is, he's one of our brightest young talents. Yeah, in fact, I would say he's probably in the same league as Yoli Tien, one of these super talented kids who has actually shown their potential. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of guys in Malaysia who have a lot of talent but don't really show, but they can't really come with the results. And of course, the guys who can, the trio are Anderson, Kavin, and Yoli Tien. So it's good to see them do well for sure, because I mean, they are going to be the future of Malaysian chess. Not players like me or Junying or stuff. We're going to get old at some point, but these guys are the future of Malaysian chess. Guys like Yoli Tien, guys like Anderson, and guys like Kavin. And also guys like Uzziah maybe. Uzziah is actually doing pretty well recently, so I think these 4 actually are going to be the guys to watch out for, most certainly. But anyway, I digress. So we've got a Bogle, and white's got b3. I'm not sure whether Anderson is a guy who's so attached to his bishops. He seems to like his knights a lot as well. But it seems like quite a nice position that he's got. So he plays knight e1. The idea is pretty obvious, because he wants to play e4, right? And then the knight will come very nicely to d3, where it's just a well-placed piece. And I think white is actually doing very well. I really like white's position. He plays e4, knight d3. He can put his bishop somewhere on d2 or something. And then later on push b4. And it's 4 moves, yes, it's quite a lot of moves, but I don't really see what black is doing in the meantime. I feel like black's gotta try to create counterplay somehow. So, 2 moves come to mind. The first move is bishop f5, just to stop e4 for now. But the question is really, can I stop that move for that long? Because maybe white plays f3 and anyway goes for e4. And then he gains a tempo on his bishop, so I'm not sure about this, because I think e4 is probably a bit too much. I mean, firstly, if white even takes, I'm not even sure what kind of compensation we're really looking at. But that white doesn't even have to take, right? He can simply continue with bishop b2, and he's doing great. And maybe this is a bigger problem. So yeah, I'm not sure. So what's the other option? There is also maybe some ideas like knight h7 to try to go to g5. So if e4, maybe knight g5 ideas are coming. I don't believe in this though. I mean, h4 even. Yeah, and I kick this knight, and it just doesn't have any good squares, so this is nonsense. So Tan2 decides that he wants to play bishop f5. By the way, one thing about Tan2, I did a little bit of research on this guy before this tournament, and basically he's the top player in Japan, but he's not actually from Japan. He was born in uh, as you can imagine, in Vietnam, and he moved to Japan and naturalized in Japan, and he's working as an engineer, if I'm not mistaken, in a Japanese firm, and that's how he's settled in Japan, and now he's got citizenship and all. So, good for him. What can I say? He's making great money, and doing well at chess. Basically a champion at life is what I would say. So, but I'm not sure that this position is really that position of a champion really, because I'm not sure what to do after f3 followed by e4. Maybe I'm being a bit dramatic, but I feel like once e4 knight d3 comes, it feels like black doesn't really have that much of a plan, and white can just simply prepare his expansion on the queen side. So I think I'm gonna make a prediction. I think Anderson's gonna win this game. Because the fact is that Anderson has a certain type of positions, a certain set of positions that he plays really well. Like we're talking at Grandmaster strength, or even better maybe. We might be talking strong Grandmaster strength. And this feels like one of them. So I have a good feeling for Anderson, but I don't know. We'll have to see if my prediction works out. And I sincerely hope I haven't jinxed it, but I don't think I can jinx any of these guys, to be honest with you. Guys are, I mean, they are very steady, so I don't think I'll jinx them. Okay, so let's see how the London game is going. Absolutely no issues here, just a normal position, a4, and I think this is Kavin's strategy, just to play very, very solid. And this is actually a very interesting strategy that I used against some of these really strong players, these 2600s in France, which is that I just play normal moves and set up a very, I wouldn't say I'll set up a passive position, but I'll set up a position which is, it's normal, where I'm not really worse, so I'm not really better either. And then I ask them to come at me. Basically, I'm trying to provoke them to do something that they might regret. And I think this is what Kavin's done, and I think he's done a pretty good job at that, because it's not so easy for black to find a plan, right? Obviously, if he pushes b6, I will fix his queen side. There's no question about that. He could play a6, but then, okay, then how do you progress? Yeah, I might just keep waiting with my pieces. Yeah, maybe I'll play rook e2 or something, just to, anticipate the move like e5. Okay, you can play rook e7, rook e8, and try to prepare e5, but it's not so easy. I could play g3, yeah? And let's say rook e8, I'll play king g2. And to be honest, I'm not really that worried about e5, because I feel like it leads to some sort of position like this, which, I feel like I'm very safe in. Yeah, I can play rook e1 later on. And I'm a very safe position. I'm probably not going to win if you don't want to win. Like, if black doesn't want to play for anything more than a draw, then I'm not going to get anything more than a draw. But that's okay, because he's a 2500, right? Like, I guess this is how Kavin is thinking. And so you see, black is starting to play. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? What black is starting to do. He plays the move knight f8. Now, what is knight f8? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But I think he wants to play f6 and later play for e5. Or maybe even g5 and put the knight on g6. Is this a risky idea? Absolutely yes. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is something like g3. And if f6, I'll play h4, obviously stopping him from going g5. I can't allow him to push this pawn, right? So this feels a little bit, yeah, a little bit passive, but yeah, anyway, there have been some comments in the chat, by the way. Thank you, Frankie. Frankie's one of my biggest supporters in these streams, so thank you very much. And we have Jimmy Liu. Jimmy Liu is is a legend. By the way, for all of you guys who have got all of these, if anyone from newspapers are watching, Jimmy Liu is our first IM. It was not Yoli Tien, okay? So get your facts straight. Yeah. Jimmy Liu Chi Ming, my legal name. Absolutely. Liu Chi Ming, my legal name. Yes, that's true. But everybody calls him Jimmy in Malaysia. Yeah. Jimmy, the legend of Malaysian chess. So Jimmy is Kavin's coach, by the way, so he knows a lot about Kavin, and he's predicting a draw in the Kavin game. You know, I think it will be a draw, but I can see Black losing this game because what I think is that Gholami is really trying to play for a win. He's playing knight f8. He's playing g5. If he wanted to make a draw, he would simply prepare e5, right? He would just play rook e7, rook e8, and play e5. Maybe he starts with a6 first, so that white can't play a6. Yeah, so some line like that we were looking at earlier on, like it just feels like a very safe way to make a draw for black. Yeah, and play like e5 here. So I have a feeling when he plays knight f8, he's trying to play for a win. In a position where he maybe shouldn't be playing for a win. I don't know, maybe I'm being a bit too optimistic here, but I feel like you play h4, you play king g2. Later on you could even consider some sort of h5. I think most likely it'll be a draw, but I can see black over pushing this one. Because it's, especially when you're at 2500, you're playing someone who's quite underrated and, but is still quite a lot lower rated. You kind of need to win, right? Because, if Gholami makes a draw, he's just lost like 3.5 points or something, or even more. Yeah, and that's some significant amount of points. Yeah, you have to beat the 2300 just to get that back. So I can see some over pushing maybe, yeah. Black just testing his opponent. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe my opinion on these 2600s is a bit skewed because I've been getting winning positions against them because they've been doing dumb stuff in the previous event. Like, I had a grandmaster just literally give me a free pawn for nothing because he wanted to play for a win, and then I was dumb enough not to win that game. So we have definitely seen such kind of things from players who want to win too badly. So that's why I'm saying that. But I think probably it will be a draw. I agree with the legend. I can't disagree with the legend. He's a legend after all. But I mean I don't know. Maybe it's a bit optimistic to predict more than a draw, but I don't know. I'm just saying I could see it happening. I could see it happening is what I would say. Okay, well, in the Junying game, let's see, we left it here, right? And Junying played queen c2, makes a lot of sense, bishop e7, and now he's bringing his knight to a3. He's gonna fianchetto his bishop, and hit that pawn on e5, and, it's a normal position. I don't know what else to say. But, I mean, I have to say I like white a little bit because of the bishops. I'm very biased towards anyone who's got the bishops. Okay, so one thing I'm thinking is I'm looking at this pawn on e5. I'm thinking, okay, firstly, if c6, I think I can take, right, if I'm not mistaken. Because you have no bishop f6. And if castles, I think I can get my stuff out of the way. So something like, I don't know, maybe I drop my queen back or something. Maybe it's not too bad to do something like this. And I mean, black has to prove compensation for this pawn, right? So I'm not sure where it comes from. But, okay, we'll see. So maybe he can castle. That's the other option. But then I'm thinking whether I can go greedy. I'm a man who likes to eat pawns. A simple man. I see pawns, I'm happy. So rook b8, and maybe I come back to e4 or something. Because I'm worried that something like this could be a bit annoying. I don't know, maybe there's a smart move here, but I don't really see it. So I'm thinking maybe after rook b8 I come back to e4, and I mean, black has compensation, don't get me wrong. Like, black has serious compensation, but okay, maybe there is f5 though. Maybe this is not that great. I agree. Yeah, maybe this is not that great. So maybe I shouldn't take the pawn. Okay. So what should I do in that case? So maybe castles is gonna be played. No, actually now I'm looking at it, I'm not sure because that knight on d4 is quite strong also. Yeah, it's quite strong that knight. I'm trying to think what's his idea. I want to take on f3, play queen d4, could be one idea, but I don't think that's too special. f5 I don't think is that big of an idea because there's always going to be queen d5 check, but I guess it's something we need to consider as well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. If we can't take on b7, I'm not so sure about white's position because I was always just thinking that we always have knight queen takes b7, but I'm not sure. Okay, let's say we go bishop b2. It seems like a logical move, right? I'm hitting this knight. And I don't think I'm too worried about a position like this. Because my pieces are very active. I'm gonna hit your queen. It's gonna have to go back. And I don't think I'll be worse. Yeah, let's say you play c6, I'll play rook d1, and I'm coming into d7 already. So I don't think I'm worse here. So this is not something I'm worried about. If you play f5, I think I have queen d5 check. Because I think this would be an absolute... Oh no, this is actually fine also, because I have queen e6 check. Thought I was losing the bishop, but maybe I can just do this after all. So maybe f5 is not something I'm too worried about. Okay, so maybe I just go bishop e2 like this, and then ask you what you're gonna do, because... Okay, maybe you can play c6. So I think if I don't want to lose, I don't think I will lose after bishop d4. Maybe you can claim you're a little bit more comfortable, but I will say I have the b file as well, which is going to compensate for your e file. So I don't think I'm worse here. If I'm, you know, if I want to be safe, I'll do that. Because, I don't know, f5 is coming, yeah? No, but f5 is not coming. We have established that. f5 is not coming. So maybe if I want to be more ambitious... Because I'm not sure, I was going to say rook b1, but now I'm not sure about something like this. Okay, but this still looks good for white, yeah? Rook takes b7, c6 is hanging. No, this feels good for white, yeah? Well, Frankie is just saying that he made a draw against Jimmy, yeah? Where he was, yeah. Yeah, he had a good position but took a draw. I think that's a very tempting thing, right? Like sometimes you are playing a high-rated player. Sometimes this might be at the back of your head, right? Do I go all the way for a win and try to go for glory, or do I, just take a draw? And nowadays, I feel I'm very much in the play for a win category. But I think that's because I'm more sort of I'm just taking chess more easily nowadays. I'm more of like a Louis Sin Hao kind of player, just enjoying chess, and if the results come, then that's a bonus. Yeah. So, but I feel like if you're someone's very serious about the game, or if you're too serious and too, if you're someone is serious about the game, you should also be if you're playing for a win, because no matter what, even if things go wrong, it's gonna be a learning experience, right? And in the long run, you're gonna win more of these games than not. But that's part of life. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, there's a game we haven't looked at all, which is this Petrov game. So it's funny, we were just talking about a Petrov, and we have this classical. I was gonna say this classical line of the Petrov, and then he goes bishop f4, which is a move, but it's not the classic way of playing it. Yeah, usually they play bishop e3, queen d2 castles. But bishop f4, queen d2 castles also makes sense. There's no issue with this, of course. a6, white takes, and yeah, now black castles. Okay, I mean, it's a position where black has these double pawns, but yeah, it's got two bishops, very solid position. As is usually the case in the Petrov. I mean, I feel that in general, my read on the Chinese players is that they are extremely solid players. Yeah. So they're extremely solid players with actually decent positional understanding, pretty decent positional understanding. So yeah, Nguyen Duc Hua gets that e5, and it looks actually really good for white. But then comes this move, bishop d6, and actually it's not so clear now, because bishop e5, I think this would be a blunder, right? Because maybe it's rook e8, right? And then that guy is gone. Because you would love to have bishop c3, but the pawn is there. So it's a legal move. So, I don't know. The way he played is like he seems to have missed this move, yeah, because he spends like 9 minutes on knight e5, which is fair enough, and then now he spends another like what almost 5 minutes on this move bishop g5, which obviously if you had seen bishop d6, you would probably blitz out this next move, right? So my feeling is that maybe he missed this, and also I had the opportunity to look at the players during the break, and I could see that Nguyen was not the happiest with his position, so I have a feeling he just missed that you couldn't take on e5, because now the rook is a little bit misplaced on d7, right? I mean, it's almost trapped, but another thing is that it's gonna be hard to trap this rook, because there are no real ways black can, let's say, get the king to e6, which would usually be the way to trap that rook. Oh, have I spoken too soon actually? I see what he's trying to do. Rook c8 and king e8. Wow. Okay. This is serious. This is actually serious. So white has to be kind of careful here. Yeah. Because I'm a bit worried that... Oh, I was just gonna say, wait, not rook c8. He's gonna play rook e6. Because I was thinking, right, maybe some idea like this, and if rook c8, then, you know, maybe something like g4. And my idea is that I want to stack the exchange like this, and then go back to d5. And it looks like pretty decent comp. Then I realized there's a problem with my idea. The problem is that he doesn't go to c8. He can go to e6. And he really does trap the rook this way. So this seems like a problem. Okay, so what has Nguyen done? He's played rook d3. It's a very logical move. So I think the idea is that after rook e6, he wants to play rook f3. He's hitting this pawn. And if he can take this pawn, then obviously his rook will get out. So I can't allow him to take this pawn. But then what can I do? I can play f6 maybe. But now it gets a little bit tricky, because I guess I can bring the bishop back. And it's not easy because you can't play king e8 as g7 hangs. So you need to protect g7, but you can't really do it without... You can't really protect g7 without, you know, without your king. But if you don't move your king, you won't trap the rook. So I actually like this rook d3 idea. It makes a lot of sense. What else can he do? e4 seems like another tempting option, right? Because now my idea is something like this. I mean, it's the same idea really. But maybe there's rook d8. So maybe I'm being a bit too optimistic with this. Maybe he has to go on the last rank. But I see the problem now. If he goes on the last rank, then e4 hangs. If he pushes the f5 pawn, then g7 is always hanging. But it's h6 here, right? Okay, so wait, we shouldn't put it on e3. That's clear. E3 was a dumb square to put it on. It's kind of a dumb square. So maybe we'll put it on h3 or something. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Let's put it on h3 or something. I don't want my rook to run into bishop f4. I don't want my bishop to be trapped. I don't want to run into bishop f4. So maybe go to h3. So I'm hitting this pawn. My first thought was I'll play h6 threatening hg5. And then I realized I'm not actually threatening hg5 because it's gonna be mate. So white actually has this move to do what he wants. But the question is, what can he do? It's not so easy, yeah? It's not so easy. Yeah, I'm not so sure. Because maybe some rook e6 is still coming after king e8, yeah? Because I think maybe the bishop might be trapped in some of these lines. I'm trying to see how I can get that to work. Okay. No, this looks like a very interesting line. h6 and... Yeah, I mean... I don't know. It looks kind of dodgy for black, yeah? I've just checked the engine, and the engine doesn't like white at all. It thinks black is just, you know, doing really super well. But apparently e4 is wrong. Wow. So this position is supposedly triple zeros. No prizes for guessing that. Of course, the engine is always triple zeros. And by the way he wants to make the triple zero is something like this, and then it's a draw. Just a perpetual. Yeah, but that's not gonna happen, obviously. Black's gonna try to play. I mean, black's a 2400, and as a 2400 myself, I know I would try to play on that. That rook just looks, you know what I mean, right? It looks dodgy. It looks sketchy. It doesn't look right. So the move I was suggesting, rook e6, makes sense actually, because after rook f3, f6, bishop d2. But yeah, I couldn't find a solution here, and there probably is no solution here, because the fact is that I can't really do anything without losing that g7 pawn. So I might have to play something like this. And actually, I still like this endgame. I still think maybe black's a little bit more comfortable here. I don't know, maybe I'll start to regret what I'm saying, because now I'm seeing these type of ideas like rook a5. Wow. So actually, I might have problems with those queenside pawns after all, if we trade that rook. So I'm not sure. So maybe I'm too optimistic after all. Maybe it's just a draw, as is usually the case in these messy positions. And I feel that's the thing, right? When you play these grandmasters, it feels like you're getting good positions, but they're really just hanging on, and they're very good at hanging on, and that's why they're hard to beat. Like, it's easy to draw them, but to actually beat them, it's actually hard, because they really defend very well. So you really got to put in a lot of effort, and you got to find a lot of good moves to break them down. Speak of Li Tien, wow, what on earth is going on here? So we have a Scotch, and I remember that, like, at the start, I think his opponent started to think for a long time already, which I thought was very good news for Li Tien. Li Tien's still well prepared here. Bishop a3, queen e6. This is, as I understand, steel theory. c5, bishop takes f1, and I sort of left it here just now, and they were still spending a bunch of time. Actually, it turns out this is already wrong, yeah, to allow this. So, yeah, apparently this line is already not that great for black, yeah, this g6. G6, I remember, is sort of fine, but apparently after f4, you have to play d6. Ah, yes, now it's coming back. This is the line. I remember you sack the e5 pawn in one of these lines. Yeah, but it's not a big issue, yeah. Knight v6, bishop e2, you just sack it. And this is the line, and this is really the starting point of this line. So it's weird that he didn't remember it, and he played bishop g7, and already, yeah, things were looking really bad for black. And c5 was a very strong move by Li Tien. Bishop f1, c takes b6, and yeah, it's an absolute disaster, because if you go back with a bishop, which I thought he had to, by the way, then just b takes c7, and black can't castle. Black's a pawn down, and that extra pawn is the c7 pawn, by the way. He can't castle, and so he's lost. It's really that simple. Yeah, he can't develop anything. Maybe he has to try f6, but I think the problem is that, we can just develop, yeah, and just castle, yeah? And this is a big problem. Now there are all sorts of ideas like rook d6 coming, knight e4 to d6. Everything's just coming in, and black's position is dead lost. So he gives up another piece, bishop e5. This is, of course, total desperation. Queen takes a1, check, and now Li Tien is just finding these really nice moves to convert. Queen f6, king g1. Li Tien's up material as well, as if that wasn't, bad enough for black. Queen a7, and queen b2. And what a nice way to finish off the game. So Li Tien has already won. That's less than 2 hours in, yeah? So it's absolutely fantastic game. And obviously that bodes very well for him. He still has some outside chances at the Grandmaster norm. He needs, I believe, to face one more Grandmaster. So hopefully that's going to be Nguyen Duc Hua. And he's going to need to win these last 2 rounds. But he's got a shot. He's got a shot. It's a long shot, but it's a shot. So, I mean, if he plays as well as... If he gets his prep in, gets his stuff in, plays well, like he did today, then fair chances, I would say. Fair chances. Okay, the Tanjing game is just petering out to a draw. There's not any way other to say. So Jinying did indeed play bishop takes d4. I totally understand this decision. I would probably do the same if I was him. I was just saying just now that this is probably the safe option that I would do. Because, okay, you gotta think about it this way, right? Yeah, maybe a win would be what he needs for GM norm, but he's got a huge scare in the opening. He's run into a line which might have been very dangerous, and we saw that there are games where black was winning, right, in these lines, and winning quite easily. But, okay, so what he's trying to do is just, say, I'll play something safe like this, make a draw. Maybe not even make a draw yet. Maybe he can try to press a little bit, play a4, a5. Actually, I'm not so sure, is this that easy of a draw? I play a5, And then later on I play. Maybe it's easy because there's only one weakness on b6. When there's only one weakness, it's gonna be hard to play, and then black just brings his king to d6. Yeah, yeah, it's a draw. It's a draw, but oh yeah, white can pretend to press a little bit. White will pretend to press this. And by the way, the Kavin game is going as I thought it would be, because you see what black is doing. He's avoiding exchanges like this when he probably should take on e5. That's probably the objectively best way. But you gotta understand what he's looking for, right? He's thinking if it takes on e5, more things get simplified, and it's going to be a draw. And he doesn't want a draw, so he's keeping his pieces. Actually, this is how I got those winning positions against the GMs. It's like they just try to keep all their stuff so that they can't play for a win, and then before you know it, all the pieces are just completely passive. And I guess now h4 is almost an automatic, right? So that g5 doesn't come. And white is just doing well. White just chills, yeah. It's absolutely chilling, just like g3, king g2, and yeah, absolutely great stuff, yeah. So yeah, that's good. Okay, let's see what else is going on. So there's the Yin Long game, which, yeah, I think is let's see how it's going on. We left it somewhere here in this messy endgame, right? So f4 is played, c3, f5. Okay, it makes sense. He's trying to push his center pawns, of course. King f6. The knight will, at some point, probably end up moving, and then he'll start to push e5, e4. No, I like what black is doing. Seems to be outplaying his opponent a little bit. But that being said, I think white has brought his king to e2 so that he can move his rook, right? That surely has to be the idea. Then, I don't know what black is gonna play. I don't know, I feel like black has to try to move this knight to play e5. But it's not so easy to do so. It's a position that's actually a little bit hard to play for both sides, yeah? So, I don't know actually. Another idea I'm thinking about is to do something like this. I don't know, maybe that's just dumb though, because king f1 can come. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit dumb. I could play rook c8 with some ideas like knight c4 to push. Could be possible, because I think that rook endgame, if I can get a position like this, is probably quite nice for black, right? So, yeah, that probably is good. But, okay, maybe he plays rook d4. So I'm a little bit concerned about. He hits this pawn. So, okay, I don't want to play f3 because of king e3, and I don't really see how to make any more progress here. So, I don't know what to do. Maybe it's gonna be a knight move or something. Is this dumb or is it smart? No, it's just dumb. What am I doing? I'm hanging pawns. Then I might have to play f3, but then I don't really see how to make progress. Maybe there is just no way to make progress. Maybe it is some sort of weird positional draw, which I don't think Yilong's too upset about if it is. But okay, we'll see if he manages to find a way. Because I don't know, I feel like once white gets rook to d4, it's just super solid, no? But yeah, we'll see if he can make that work. Okay, let's look at Uzziah. How's Uzziah doing? He's got two bishops. Sorry, his opponent's got two bishops. We already know this. And as expected, knight goes back and then he pushes c5. Very logical play. Oh, weird thing. He plays king c7, and after a4 he goes back to b8. So I think his plan was initially to play like b6. Then after a4 came, he was like, wait, maybe if I play b6, white will get a5. Sorry. So he now plays king b8. He's like, I don't want to create any targets to attack. Because I think he didn't like that, something like this could run into a5 and, bishop b6 comes. So he just keeps it solid. I always like two bishops, and I think white is definitely pressing a little bit. It's gonna be suffering for black, of course, but I feel like, it should be holdable, but black will have to suffer. This is what I feel. Okay, I mean, white has different ways to make progress. I think he could. It's not so easy though. If he plays bishop g5, I mean, he brings the knight, yeah, like knight f7, and then the king comes. So it's not so easy. So easy to make progress here. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see if white manages to get anything done. But black is still very solid. Of course, white's pressing, but So a very solid situation for black, yeah? And by the way, we have Li Tian who's just finished his game, so I'll see whether I can try to get him on stream, yeah? So just stay on and you might be able to get him. Mm. Second, yeah, I'll give you the mouse and you can. All right, we are here with the man, the myth, the legend,
Hello,
international
everyone.
master, and hopefully future grandmaster,
Uh,
Yoli Tien. I don't want to jinx anything, so we better get to the game before I jinx something. Yeah. Okay. So do you want to take us through your game?
okay.
Yeah, maybe from the beginning. Yeah.
So, I take this. So, yeah, Scotch
Just
games.
gotta hold it for you.
Okay. So, yeah, I was preparing like up to like 20, 30 move in this posture because it's literally like very complicated.
Yeah.
So here, show 86. Yeah, B3. I mean, there's lines in 9B6 as well, but yeah. So here, G3. So before this, I played like twice in actual game. So I played something I mean G3, G7, sure, and then it's like known game as well. Let's say rook
Yeah.
here and takes the rook. And so I played this twice lah because this is like the most solid for white. And then yeah, it's kind of equal, and then both sides can't really do much.
Yeah.
So, but I thought, since I have a rest day yesterday, so I can prepare more for this. So
Right.
how do I do this? Okay, so G6 then so I play F4, which is like quite an old line, and then because I started playing Scotch with F4 first.
Right.
So like I learned Scotch with this F4 actually, but then it turned out at some point black can play some D6 or even some G5. Both are like uh quite so black kind of neutralized, and then it's very complicated, especially the G5, right? So just as I discussed with my opponent just now, so as I said D6, so queen F2, I want to kick the knight off. So here I back some knight E4, G2, and then takes. So basically in Scotch, what we'll do is he can sack the e5 pawn, but he makes sure that the bishop is kind of trapped in the a6, and also the pawns here are quite weak. So after here takes, then I use castle, and then black can do something like knight e4,
Yeah.
and then I was planning to play queen e1. I think there's still quite some play I've played until here before, and then
Right.
queen check, and then queen d4. So black need to do something, get the rook or something.
Yeah.
So and then short queen takes, and I take the knight. Should go back. So put that in c6, and then I'll play queen c2 and kind of try to trap the queen. So I mean it's all known line lah. Okay, here
Right.
takes.
Yeah,
Knight
there are
c3,
like a
and this
lot of games here apparently.
yeah, this is like a draw already. So rook a1, and then queen b6, knight a4, and then it's just a draw. So what I thought was like, because my opponent is quite young, so I don't really know how strong he is. So if he somehow managed to clear the opening part, then it'll be better if I can just straight away go into some quick draw, right? So yeah, instead of going to the very complicated, because my tactics is not my strength anyway. So yeah, so I was preparing for this, because if white wants to play on, white can actually do something like knight c3 or something, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Yeah. So that was some of the preparation, and then black can here play g5 here also. I was just following some of the games. I've shot a3, queen d8, and I played g3 first, I remember correctly. Yeah, so it's a game here as well. So yeah, but black here he played bishop g7, which is a more natural move, which is what I hope for, because if you don't know the line, you want to play some, you would prefer to play some bishop g7 instead of g5, right?
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, so that's why bishop g7, but it's actually bad for black here already. So maybe it's just after queen f2, then the knight there's no really good place to run lah. So if
Right.
knight b4 is just a trap the knight already.
Oof.
Yeah. So queen f2, he had to play knight f6, or in the game he played knight b6. So knight f6, I was playing something like bishop e2, knight e4, and then queen e3, and he will need to try to defend the knight. But I will play some knight d2.
Right.
Yeah, they're still playing this.
Yeah.
Takes, and then castles. And so the thing is still the same, the bishop is trapped here. So I'm not going to take the d5 and do something like a4, and then bring my bishop out and win some of the pawns here, rook c1. Even if at some point he takes, right, I can still leave it there because the bishop is still underpinned.
Yeah.
And my bishop is protected, so it's like black really can't do much over here. So yeah, but he played knight b6 instead. So at this point it's where I actually out of preparation lah, but I know I can do something like bishop a3, knight c3 and stuff like that.
Right.
So bishop a3, then you play queen e6, and well, at first I didn't see c5. I was preparing something like knight c3 or something.
Right.
So I mean I know there's an idea of c5 takes, then I mean so c5 I'm taking the bishop. So he takes, and I take, and I'm taking the bishop again, then you run, then I can take on c7, right? So there's some ideas around here as well. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, this is the idea that I was preparing if he plays something at knight b6, knight b6. Yeah, knight b6, and queen e3 here, and wait, I can't recall which line was it. But
Right.
yeah, there was some c5, c take b6, and then
Right.
so then this
When
kind
the
of
bishop goes to
idea.
a6 here,
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
c5, yeah. Right.
So at this, then I was like, okay, I can play c5 actually.
Right.
And the funny part is that when I play c5, suddenly I realized black can actually take on e5 here, but there's nothing lah, okay. So just somehow I missed that he can play on e5, but there's nothing lah actually after that. So I was kind of like
Right.
feel a bit. I was a bit scared at the point, and then like, okay, I calculated there's nothing lah. King d1 can take rook. And I just wait like king c1, and there's nothing much for black lah. Because
Yeah.
the bishop is still hanging, can take, then I can replace. Queen f7, bishop b2, everything is coming.
Right.
So yeah, but here black had to, yeah, so I think the bishop, so I had to take, then take on b6. So if he run the bishop, then I'll just take on c7, and the thing is that black king cannot castle at all.
Yeah.
And this
just
one
stuck,
can,
yeah.
and I mean he can do something at bishop f8, but then after I just exchange off, then I mean knight c3 or something.
Yeah. Your
Then I
knight's gonna be.
castle, then
Yeah.
rook d6, knight e4, like, so the bishop is quite bad, still quite bad over here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I don't think any 2-4 IM standard player will go into this kind of line. So So I was actually expecting him to try that takes, and then I don't know, I was playing queen take or something like f6, and you know white still have some issue here. The knight can jump.
Yeah.
If I run the bishop, then he can castles already. So that was
But it's still a piece, yeah.
yeah, it's a piece, but he can probably go for some 2 pawns against knight, and then the pawns here looks still
Yeah,
quite
it's true. Still
promising.
not so easy.
Yeah, so I was kind of shocked when he actually just played bishop, bishop e, what did I even? Yeah, he took on e5 here. So it's
Yeah.
like, I mean, it clears everything immediately lah. So
Yeah.
takes, queen takes rook, and then yeah, I kind of immediately saw this idea or something like queen e2, queen e3, and then with b7 is like very nice. It's like
Yeah.
if you run, it's straight away a checkmate, right?
Yeah.
And if you take my knight, it's still the same threat here. Queen e7 and take a rook. So
Yeah.
as long as there's no more check, then white is winning already.
Yeah.
So he had to play queen f6, and then initially I was playing some king e2, and then I can still take on a7 because oh sorry. So
Yeah.
like
Queen
yeah,
f6, yeah.
yeah, I was playing king e2, and then I was playing like rook f1 first, right? So I
Okay.
still then I suddenly realized he got queen e6, exchange
Yeah.
all the queen, and then he can take on b7, and I don't know is white still better or not, but yeah, definitely not. Not
Yeah, not
you
white.
are not what I'm looking for lah. So then I thought I mean queen a7 is like quite risky, but
Yeah, so now
yeah,
rook
I mean
e8 check.
even here I can still rook e8 check, and then I mean I saw something like king d1, and I don't think black has any check because queen d6, queen d4,
Yeah.
there's no check as well, but he can still go for d6 or not now because I can take on the rook.
Yeah.
So he had to same thing, he had to go for d6 first,
Right.
takes, and then I think he'll come back. Or I can just like queen a8 because now rook e8 I can just take on rook, right?
Right.
But he will start to have a lot of checks here like, and
Yeah.
yeah, so
Right.
then I suddenly think okay maybe I can spend some time calculate king g1. So here the same thing, he has to play d6, and I have to queen a7 because the queen e4 is a check.
Right.
Then if somehow I play queen f2, h3, king h2, then I'm safe already. I can sack
Yeah.
one or two pieces here. The b7 is still very strong.
Yes.
So yeah, I calculate, then I see there's nothing much for black, so then I go for it. So let's say you play queen a1, I just h3, takes king h2. There's no more check. Bring
Yeah.
my rook out, some b8 queen, whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, so he had to do something. Rook e8, I didn't rook e1, so I just
Right.
played queen f2, and then queen here. So he's just trying something like that. Queen b2 is
Yeah.
the winning
Nice
because I
move,
changed
yeah.
all the queen. And check if check here, the b8, the
Yeah.
queen is still coming. So
Yeah.
yeah, black can't do much. So yeah, he resigned here, right? I can't remember.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, the queen b2 I think resigned.
yeah. So that was basically a game. Like it's basically I would say it's all about opening preparation. Like I don't usually play f4 if like I didn't prepare beforehand. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean that's how the game basically went lah.
Yeah, but still a very nice win, of course. And
Yeah.
to win under 2 hours, I mean, you don't really get that nowadays. Yeah, against 2400.
Yes,
Right?
I mean that's basically where opening preparation comes to play lah. If you want to win.
Yeah, I think some very good preparation today. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for joining us, Li
Okay,
Tien,
thank you,
and best of
Kavin.
luck for your remaining games. All right.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And
Right.
congrats for IM as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
See you guys.
So that was the guy I wanted to get on the stream, Mr. Yoli Tien. Yeah, the legend of Malaysian chess, and I hope he does well in the remaining rounds. Now let's look at the other games. Well, let's go back to board one and see what's going on here. So, ooh, interesting. So after bishop d4, there was not queen d4, but e d4. So black's going for the win. I mean, we already knew that, right? Like, I don't know why I'm still saying that, but we knew that from the very first move when black played, maybe not from the very first move, but when black played knight c6 here, it's clear that he's going for something interesting. He's going to go for a win. So, yeah, and black's got sort of what he wants, right? He's got an interesting position where he can try for a win. It's maybe not the most, lively position, but okay, he can play b6, he can try to push on the king side. And okay, I guess white will play something like h5 in the future, just fixing stuff on the king side. Okay, it's interesting. I feel like it should be roughly equal, but at the same time, I feel like black's actually very comfortable because, white's. I mean, it should be equal, but black's on the comfortable side because white's pieces are, a little, just that little bit misplaced, right? Like his queen and his bishop, they're just not on. They're not in great spots. You know what I mean? So maybe that's something that we can exploit later. But okay, we will see how this goes. I still think that objectively White should hold this with no problem. And actually, who knows? Maybe White gets h5 and tries to get something on the h4. Maybe that could be interesting. Although I don't really see that going anywhere, to be honest. But you never know. Okay, let's move on. How is Kavin doing? I don't like allowing g5, to be honest with you. Yes, I'm not so sure about this whole queen d5. I feel like this operation has helped black a little bit because it's clear, right? When he played king f7, knight f8, he wants to play g5 and do this, right? So I didn't really see why we should allow that. I just thought if we play like h4, it just feels extremely safe, right? So yeah, and especially thinking as everybody has been saying, right? Like if Kavin makes a draw, he will still be very much on track for the IM norm. I think even if he loses today, if he gets strong opponents and wins in his remaining rounds, then he's still very much on track for the norm as well. So, like, he'll have to score like +1 or something in the next two games. You have to win one and then draw one at least. But he's still on track even if he loses this game. So that's the bonus. Of course, it's not nice to lose. So hopefully he doesn't lose this game. But I feel like Black's starting to outplay his opponent a little bit. Yeah, maybe now we can try to use the H file. Maybe try to double that. I mean, it's not so easy though. E6 is hit, so maybe I need to do rook E7 first. But I don't know. It makes things a little bit loose here. I'm not sure how White can exploit that. But hey, maybe rook E7, then rook H8 comes. I don't know. I'm starting to like Black a little bit here. Like once Black has got G5 and knight to G6. I kind of don't mind Black's position actually, although I will say it's still hard to make progress. Somehow he might have to get some sort of weird stuff at knight f5 to work, I think, and try to attack this way. Yeah, maybe some sort of knight f5 to threaten knight g3. It's just these small little, threats that I think Black has to do at this point because I don't see what he can do otherwise. But, he just that's what these grandmasters are very good at. And as I predicted, rook e7 is on the board. So yeah, he is going for rook h8. He is going for knight f5. And I think this is one thing that these 2500s like to do in my experience. What they like to do is they don't like to commit to one idea so quickly. They like to be very flexible. So they want to overwhelm you not with, actual threats, but with a lot of possible ideas that you might have to think of how to stop. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to allow g5 and everything, because it feels like now Black's going to be in control. And one thing you don't want to have with these grandmasters is let them be in control, because then things can start to go wrong. Even in positions where they shouldn't go wrong, you might start to see ghosts and stuff like that. So it's better just not to have that. So, but anyways, it is what it is. Yeah, I think honestly, Kavin should still be fine, but I mean, knight f5, maybe you just go king g2. I don't think knight h4 is that big of an issue. I mean, these two knights versus the rook, I think the two knights are holding their own, very much so. But see where I'm going, right? Black's actually got some ideas now, whereas in the previous situation, it just looked like a draw. So I feel like when you play these strong plays, you kind of need to be in control, because if you're not in control, then things just get sort of out of hand. But anyways, let's see. We left it here, right, in this game where we were saying that the rook looked trapped, but after rook e3, which is a good move, it's not easy to untrap that rook. So h6 was it's not easy to trap that rook still, because I can't really get king e8 in a good way. So h6 makes sense, kicking the bishop. Bishop remains on this diagonal, of course. g5, bishop g3, and Black plays g4. So Black's starting to push his pawns on the king side, which is, I would say, a little bit risky because, I mean, White's pieces are very, very active. He's got a lot of active major pieces. But at the same time, I can see what he's trying to do. I mean, the immediate threat is probably some sort of rook e6, right? So let's say you have to do something sort of dumb just to show the idea. This is the idea, and the rook is trapped. So it's actually an idea that's kind of urgent, yeah, that needs to be dealt with. So maybe bishop h4, so that after rook e6 I get rook d8. This is an idea we have seen earlier in this position, right? Takes and bishop d8. But actually now I'm a bit worried that f6 is maybe a problem, because we had the trapped rook just now, but now I'm worried it's a trapped bishop. Because now my threat is to go king e8, so actually you're dead, right? Because you can't even put the rook on f3. That's why I put like pawn on g4 suddenly seems very useful. So actually g5, g4, you know, seems to be a very strong idea. Seems like a very strong idea to me. Yeah, I don't really know what black can do here. It looks kind of flat. So okay, by the way, Jimmy is disagreeing with me. He likes Kavin's chances. He says I underestimate White's kingside attack. Okay, I'm not sure how you do that. He says you should bring the knight back to c1. Okay, I think we can both agree on that. Like bringing the knight somewhere. This knight on b3 is just dumb, so we need to bring it somewhere. Kavin has done something very similar, by the way. He's played knight d2. I'm not sure, by the way, what is the best way to bring that knight back. I guess you want White to play knight d3, which, I mean, it makes sense for sure, because another thing is with the knight on d3, you can play after knight f5 king c2, right? Because a knight, you can comfortably play it because the knight protects f4, and also you stop e5 ideas. So actually, I kind of like the idea of putting the knight on d3. So yeah, I kind of agree with Jimmy on this. Knight would be pretty good on d3. I mean, it usually is pretty good on d3 in this Carlsbad structures in any case. So yeah, Carlo Vivari knight is good on d3. That's a good rule. So knight d2. I mean, it makes sense as well. I guess he doesn't want to allow knight e4, and maybe later on he's moving the knight this way. The problem is, I feel like it's hard for White to really carry out any breaks. That's my issue with that, because I don't see White playing h4. Obviously, I don't see White playing some sort of. Obviously, White's never playing g4 and f4. So I'm like, I find it a bit hard for White to create any sort of, concrete counterplay. He sort of has to wait and see how Black defines his position, right? And I feel like this is a dangerous situation to be in against the 2500s. Not dangerous in that, he's going to, there are some concrete threats, but dangerous in the sense that, these guys start to create threats. Yeah, and, these guys are very, very experienced in these kind of things. So, I don't know, I'm starting to worry a little bit for him, to be honest with you. A little bit. But and I'm not sure whether he's starting to worry a little bit as well on the board. I can't really say. Kavin never seems to be worried about anything in life. He just seems to chill, and in some ways it's a great way to play chess, just to chill and yeah. Oh, you mean, sorry, not White, Black king side. Okay, I think we can agree on that as well. Yeah, Black's king side is maybe, I don't know, because also it's not so easy to get the attack in, right? I'm trying to see how to get the attack in. You can play rook h8, right? But then I can play king c2, and in the worst case, like rook h1. So I'm not sure it's anything like super big. Yes, it looks very dangerous, and it feels very dangerous, and in practice it is probably pretty dangerous. Yeah, because there are some threats that are coming, so that's probably true. Yeah, I'm not sure how to break through though after like setting it. White sets up something like this. And knowing what Kavin will do, he will just set it up and then just like walk around the playing hall. Yeah, and then by the way, you can see Grandmaster's down to like 20 minutes. So now it doesn't seem that bad, but later on when it gets down to like 10 minutes or 5 minutes, then you will start to see mistakes, and that's gonna be something. Yeah, feel like yeah, that's that could be something interesting also to see. Yeah, will he start to mess up in time trouble also? But I think the problem is that it's not easy to mess up. Yeah, you have to do something really shocking to really be in trouble with Black, and I think that's what it is. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on to the other games. We'll get back to the Kavin game when it starts to heat up. But we have left the Anderson game for such a long time. I think it's only fair we go back here. So we were just saying that by the way, I think this was one of the first games I predicted as a White win. I don't know why. Maybe that was a bit dumb of me to do that. But I just thought that Anderson just likes these positions very much. Yeah, Queen c8. I mean, it looks very nice for White still, So I guess you can understand why I made that prediction. I mean, mostly because I feel Anderson has positions where he plays very, very, very strongly, and this is one of them. Anderson is delaying b4, and I think the reason why is that there are some issues here along the c file. So these have to be resolved. There's some sort of pin here. So the most logical thing to me seems to be to do something like this. That seems like a logical idea, no? Because now, but okay, I'm not sure because maybe now I'm not sure how good an endgame like this is. I mean, it's good for sure, but is that good? Like rook c8? Because I'm a bit worried about some ideas like this, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe white is still doing very well. This rook b3, yeah. Yeah, b7 is still hanging. So maybe white is still doing very well after rook c1. I sort of like white. But that's not the only move, I guess. I mean, there are different ways for white to play. I mean, I was going to say queen b4, but now I realize that maybe c5 is annoying because, you know, this would be a disaster. And then that means we have to drop the queen back, but maybe then b5 comes. I mean, this line still goes on. We might have b4 still, but I'm not sure. It's quite a mess now, yeah. Don't really know what's going on. Maybe white is still doing well though. I mean, opening up the queen side like this is probably just gonna help white. So I feel like white has a lot of tempting options that you can try. So we'll see what Anderson goes for. I think in any case, I stand by my prediction. I think he's gonna do well here. Although maybe I should have predicted it a little bit later, but okay. I've already made it, so I will have to stick with it. Okay, rook d1 has been played, as expected. I mean, the thing is, you don't really do this to not play rook d1, right? By the way, there's been already a repetition, right, as I understand. Rook g1, and basically, wow, this is really unexpected. So, white is okay with it. Black's okay with a draw. Yeah, you know it's okay with a draw. We already said that he probably would be okay with a draw, right? It's high-rated player, you know, easy draw with black. It's not really something you want to really avoid. Unless you have a really good reason, like you're playing for a norm. But as I understand, Yilong isn't really in contention for a norm at this point. Yilong and Anderson are really in contention for a norm, if I understand correctly. So, of course, he's okay with a draw. And his opponent is not. Wow. I mean, I stand by that, yeah. You just play rook c8 and, you know, some idea like this and then just, like, chill. If you don't want to play for a win as black, you just chill, right? Actually, this can be another good strategy when you're playing these higher rated Asian players. Because one thing I've realized is that, a little bit of a secret that I've realized, but some of these Asian players are bound to overpress. There are some of these players who would rather overpress and lose than to make a draw. And so, the best strategy against such kind of players, especially if you're much lower rated than them, or you just feel that they really want to win, is to just let them come to you. Let them come to you. You just play normal chess, and they will create winning chances for you by virtue of their excessive optimism. Okay, normally if you're a high-rated player, they will not play for a win like that against high-rated players. They just play super solid, and then that's a problem of like how to create winning chances, right? But if you're the lower-rated player, that's the nice thing you can do. Just sort of let them come to you and then just take it from there. Yeah. Why should you play so hard for a win when you can just let them do the job for you? Okay. So what else is there? We have oh, by the way, Gholami's made a move. He's played rook d8. I don't understand rook d8, but I guess also he's I don't know why rook d8. I know why. He wants to move his queen. He wants to move his queen, maybe to c8, to try to hit this pawn and force the rook back. And then once the queen is on c8, then maybe there are some ideas with h3. Maybe something like that. Or maybe it's just a bluff. He just wants to see whether his opponent's going to react to this. Because it's like, it's something I tell you that these strong GMs are very good at, right? They'll create these small threats, and they're not always good. Some of these threats are nonsense, okay? There's an absolute, mind my language, but, I mean, I don't know how to put other way to put it. I mean, it's just this is absolute bullshit. These ideas, but you know, bullshit or not, you don't really know. You have to pay attention to them regardless, right? And especially if you're a less experienced player, then you know you might be intimidated by the grandmaster bullshit. So that's the that's how it works, yeah. And that's why they're able to squeeze out positions where you would you would not be able to imagine. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. How is Uzziah doing? So, wow, it seems like White's made progress here. So he played Bishop G5 as I expected. Knight F7, Bishop F6, very logical move. King E3, and then he hits with F4. Okay. So Black's starting to get a little somewhere here. So, I mean, E4 seems like the logical reply, but I guess the idea is that he wanted to go Bishop E2. And now I guess White's plan is something to combine. So pushing on the queen side. Yeah, pushing his queen side pawns with some sort of invasion. You could also consider pushing his pawn as well, maybe all the way to H6. That's also something that Black has to worry about. So I guess Black didn't like this structure. It's not so flexible, right? So Uzziah decides he's gonna keep that pawn on E5, which I think makes a lot of sense. Bishop E2 and bishop goes to D5, looking for the E4 square. No, it looks actually quite solid, yeah. I mean, if you go to H5, I don't think Black will lose this. Right? I mean, no, I mean, I don't think he'll lose the opposite bishop endgame. I should make that clear. The two bishop endgame is a bit miserable, but I mean, he will not lose this, yeah. This is just a draw. So, but okay, he doesn't have to do that. Bishop can maybe drop back, yeah. So the option would be to drop back to H4 or to G7. Maybe G7 is better, just keeping pressure on E4. So maybe this is the way. You just play Bishop G7 and you just try to create some small pressure. It can't be too much more than that, but it's sort of these small little things. Okay, but after Bishop E4 now I'm thinking, right, it's a little bit difficult for White to create pressure now because Black seems to be getting a lot of counterplay against these guys, right? Like if you push this pawn, then you might be overstepping a little bit. You might want to take the draw now at Bishop F7, yeah, because things are getting a little out of hand on the queen side. Yeah, but if you play King D2, then also things I'm not so sure it's that good to allow E takes F4 like this. It is a pawn after all. So I don't know. I don't know actually. It feels like Black seems to be doing okay here, very much. Yeah, I don't really. I think actually Uzziah will hold this. Especially his opponent doesn't seem very confident. He's using lots of time, taking his time, taking a bit too much time. So I think that he's not very confident about this. By the way, Tan Jinying has made a draw with Harshavardhan, so they have agreed a draw. I don't know. I think Harsha could have continued to play on, but okay, maybe he thought, okay, it's enough, yeah. Because actually, if you try to play for a win, you might run into Rook D3, right? So it could be a little bit awkward if you overpress this somehow. Bishop F6, yeah, but still Rook D3, something like Bishop D5. I mean, White wouldn't lose this. I mean, Junior is not going to lose a position like this, so I mean, I think it's fair to take the draw. Very fair offer. Wow! F3 King E1. Why am I starting to feel optimistic for Black now? Why? Okay. I feel like White's starting to overpress a little bit, to be honest. That's my impression. Maybe it's a bit too early to say, but I don't know, I'm starting to get a little bit excited, honestly, that we could do something. Rook G8 maybe seems like a logical idea. I guess White's idea is to play Rook D4 though, and yeah, I can't really come in still. That's the problem. I can't come in. Yeah, like I could do this, but after King D2, it's hard for me to come in. Yeah, I could try some sort of Rook B1 and maybe Rook H1. No, actually, this looks maybe quite interesting. Yeah, because you might have issues with the H pawn now. I don't know. No, maybe you can start to push b4. So maybe this is something that's yeah, that's a little bit optimistic. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that too quickly. Maybe I should wait for you to ruin your position a little bit more. Because you haven't really done much damage to your own position, right? So maybe I just wait, and then hopefully you will do something dumb later on. Still rook d4 though. I mean, it should be something like this that we were just talking about, right? Some position like this, I don't think it's any issue for black, to be honest with you. Later on, I can start to push. Yeah, just simple play actually. E5, E4. Why am I trying to do all that nonsense with rook G8? Just push E5, E4. Bring my knight back to E5, and then I'm chilling. Or even to F4, and I'm really chilling. Yeah. No, this I like very much of black. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like King E1. I don't like King E1. The engine hates King E1. Says it was bad. So I guess my intuition was sort of right, which is rare. So I'm happy that for once right about something. Okay, let's see what else is going. We have a game of Chao Yi-chen against Li Bo. Okay, we haven't seen this game yet, but okay, we have this H4 line, and H5 is a weird move. Yeah, and I understand there are different ways to play. There is of course C5. This is a very topical line, yeah, and it's like you go for a banco like this. That's I mean, it's a very sound line with the banco because H4 is just a move you don't really play much in banco. So you know, okay, H5 is, I mean, it's logical in the sense that you stop H4 to H5, but I'm not sure about this. Yeah, I mean, white gets E4, and I think another thing is that with the pawn on H5, I think this is the biggest issue, that it's a bit hard to push F5, right? In a lot of these kings units, if your pawn is with such a pawn structure. So, okay, we've ended up in some sort of Benoni. I think actually black is doing okay though. I mean, wow, he plays F6 and then he plays F5. This is it's very interesting. I'm not sure how good objectively this is, but it's interesting, this idea. And now white plays F4 and he loses the bishop pair. No, I mean, I feel like black's play is a little bit weird, but it seems to somehow be working, yeah? And yeah, okay. Now I think I kind of like black, yeah, two bishops and all. I'm always biased towards the bishops, you know me, but I mean, my viewers, those who have watched enough, know that I'm super biased towards bishops, but oh yeah, I think black is very comfortable, but we'll see. There's still some weaknesses in the black position, so I feel like it's a position where both sides can try to play, like some sort of. Okay, bishop e6 has been played. Yeah, rook takes e6, bishop takes e6 has been played. I guess b3 will be played to protect that pawn. Is there any alternative to that? I'm not sure there is, because this doesn't work. This doesn't work. Oh no, it's even worse. This bishop d5 check, so it totally doesn't work. And so I don't know. I mean, you can't really make me believe a line like this. Yeah, it's not how chess works to play like this. I mean, everything seems to be hanging on the queen side. So it's gonna be b3. That's clearly forced. And then after that, what can black do? That's the question. Rook e1 is coming. Maybe d5. Ooh. Rook e1 and just don't care. Just go back. No problem. No problem at all, my friend. D takes c4 is coming. D takes c4. It's coming. It's coming. Still f5 though. Wow. White still has ways to make things a little annoying. But maybe I take on c4. Maybe I just don't care. If you take b4, I'll just play bishop c4. No problems there. Yeah. Of course I can't take because, I'll lose the rook. But I don't think I'm too worried about something like this. Feels like black should be doing well here. Rook c1, I always have bishop d5, so it never works, right? And I feel like after d5 I'm doing well, right? Like, I don't know what else white can try to do. I think this is why he's stopping. He probably understands this is coming. So white does something completely different. He plays knight f3. What? Okay. Okay, let's try to figure out how this works. So if he wants to play knight h4, okay, that's clear. One if bishop takes c4. I guess the idea is rook c1, right? So now bishop d5 is not a check anymore, so that's useless. So bishop e6, right? I guess has to be played. I mean b5, I at least have b3, right? And we are forced to go back into that line. So bishop e6 takes bishop c8, knight h4. No, I think white has done the right thing to go for this, because otherwise it's just sad, right? If black just gets d5, and it's a disaster. So I think knight f3 is actually a really smart idea. The question is, does it actually work? It's always the question, right? Smart idea, but does it work? Bishop c4, knight h4, hitting this pawn. Sorry, bishop c4, rook c1. I don't have any alternative than this, right? Maybe I need to look for alternatives to bishop takes c4, because I'm not so sure about this position. Bishop takes b2, for instance, is the logical move. But I'm not sure. Let's say knight takes g6. I'm threatening to discover. To discover something. I don't know what to discover. But something nasty. So king g7 seems logical. But then maybe I just jam. I jam that pawn to f6. And I like white. No, what is this? So I maybe can't take on c4. Sorry, 1 second. Can I go d5 anyways? Because I think that, obviously, I'm happy with black here. Like, I'll never lose this with black, because at the very least I go for the opposite bishop endgame and I'm never worse. But, thinking, can white go aggressive and do this? Can white go aggressive with this? D takes c4. Now I must play bishop g6 because the bishop hangs. And now king g8. Yeah, still not so clear, because that c pawn is quite strong, right? Like, if we do this, we might regret this, because the c pawn just goes. Like, f5 is a c2 and something like this. And it's a complete disaster. So, I don't know whether I'm spouting complete nonsense. I haven't checked this with the engine, but king g8. This pawn seems a bit dangerous. How to deal with it though? f5 maybe. We need to rush maybe. Bishop d5. To king h2. c3. Takes. f6. Who's faster? So c2 doesn't work because rook c1, and you know, I'm hitting that pawn with a lot of stuff. So I'm gonna win it. So you can't play c2. So you maybe have to go back to f8. Now I'm thinking, maybe I drop back with bishop c2. And I'm ready to push these guys. Ready to push these guys and do well. I don't know, it's such a mess, this position. I don't even know who's doing well. I've just turned on the engine, by the way, and the engine thinks it's somewhat equal. So actually, knight f3 is a really good move, apparently. Knight f3 is a very, very, very strong move. Yeah, because b3, d5 is no good. Yeah, of course, you've already established that. Rook e1, by the way, is something I was looking at just now, but I thought I'll just drop the bishop back, and apparently this is bad because of something like this, which runs into this, which is okay. That's that. I mean, if it says +3, then I will not disagree with computer. But somehow this is just huge. Yeah. Okay. I guess rook e8, bishop e6 is coming, so I can understand why this is so big for white. But apparently it wasn't that easy. Yeah? Rook e1. Okay, this is sort of just unclear, this position. Don't really know how to evaluate it, really. The f pawn is going. I have my f pawn as well. It's a mess. But so maybe that wasn't that clear either. Maybe I was too optimistic for black. But knight f3, apparently you have to go for this line, yeah, with bishop e6, yeah. You have to go for some line like this, yeah. Knight h4 and just take on b2 and race. I think we just have to race. Yeah, let's let them race, yeah. And we'll see how it goes. Okay, so this one's gonna be exciting. The Zai game seems to be petering out, and this one, oh dear, oh dear, I'm gonna have a long game here. I have a long game. This one, this is gonna be a long end game. This is an extra pawn, yeah, extra pawn, but it's a rook end game, so it's gonna be 100 moves. So yeah, gonna have some work to do later on. It's unfortunate, but it is life. Okay, how is going to? Wow, what's happened here? So there's been an exchange sack, which I think sort of had to happen, right? Because we saw rook e6 was such a big threat that he basically had to sack the exchange. There's no option other than that. So maybe this whole g5 idea was kind of strong, actually. Yeah, this whole g5. Yeah, yeah, this was the engine line. I forgot. Yeah, the rook f3 was the move, right? And then this was a draw. But I guess he didn't see it. He played bishop h4, and yeah, now it's already a little bit unpleasant, yeah. But actually, black has pretty good compensation. White has pretty good compensation, yeah. Like, yeah, it's an exchange, but white's got a pawn for it, and these c5 and e5 pawns, they're like targets, yeah, that we can use to attack. So king e2 and king e3. It's not easy to make progress, yeah. Actually, the white, because you can't push any of the pawns to the king side. It's one of those weird situations where it's an exchange, but the compensation is just really, really cool because you can't play f4 because king e4. You can't play e4 because king f4. So you can't really push the pawns on the king side. And if you can't push on the king side, how can you play for a win? I think this is probably a positional draw or something. Or maybe white can even try. I'm thinking rook b5 might force something like rook c7. I think, and then maybe something like this, like bishop d8. Maybe it's annoying, right? So I don't know. Maybe still bishop d8 after rook c8. I don't know. Maybe white can even try to be a bit greedy and play for a win here. I think white maybe shouldn't overpress this, but he could think of pushing a little bit. I don't know, because it's like one of those situations where it's like black's got the exchange, but then it's kind of useless. Yeah, the exchange is just useless. Yeah, because the rooks are they're just too passive and you just can't coordinate very well. So that's gonna be a problem. So I think it's a positional equality. It's some sort of positional equality here, but we'll see. See how this one goes. Kavin, on the other hand, is being attacked a little bit. So white plays queen a2 after this idea. Oh, sorry. Rook d8 was played, right? So indeed, queen c8 was his idea, and queen a4. Now rook h8. So now h3 is the target, right? So I guess Kavin plays, wow, he just plays queen a2. Okay, the idea is that if e5, then it's going to be queen takes d5, right? So that's his idea. But the queen is also a little bit passive here. So you see, black is tickling a little bit, right? He's saying, maybe I'll go to d5. So now Kavin says queen a3. Okay, I hit you. Kavin says, I hit your knight. You can't play queen b5. No queen b5. And black just says, okay, no problem. No queen b5, no problem. I play like rook h6. And, he's sort of maneuvering around, right? This is what these GMs are doing, because there's no real way to make progress. It's objectively, it's probably not very much. But it's dangerous because black can combine a lot of different small ideas. And then white has to react to them. And some of these ideas are actually really strong. Some of these ideas are not so strong. So you sort of have to figure that out. And the more you figure it out, the less time you have. But I feel like if anyone could probably do well here, it's probably it's probably Kavin, because I feel Kavin sees a lot of good moves very quickly, so he should be able to handle even time pressure in bad positions. But we'll see. We'll see if he has he doesn't have the experience to do so, but I think he has the ability. So that should be able to, that hopefully will be able to compensate, because he will definitely need to do that later on in this game when his time gets a bit lower. Okay. Somebody is saying all rook endgames are drawn. I don't know. I don't know about this one. I feel like white always has some winning chances, right? We always have to worry about some e4 ideas coming to c6 like this. Yeah, I mean, objectively, it should be holdable, but it's suffering. It's super suffering, right? Like h4, g4. I think I might have to play h5, right? Because otherwise, I think g4 is the problem. Then like try for g6. Because, I mean, if you, let's say wait, right? Let's say you just make some waiting move. Ooh, I don't know I like that, actually. I don't know whether I like that. It's allowing just king f4, and maybe later on the king can come in, right? This f5 pawn could become a weakness. And these pawns are never an issue because I can play f3, defend everything here. So you can't get counterplay against my pawns. That's useful. Then later I can consider something like h5, and then maybe later on I do break, come in, and then f5 becomes a weakness, right? I can totally see that happening in the game. So I don't know about this. I feel like f5 is a step in the wrong direction. I feel actually white's winning chances have improved after this move. Now, I could be wrong, but I just feel like h5 is just... It just feels like the way to go. Because I'm not sure about a position like this. Like, can you really play for a win? I think the answer is probably no. Yeah, you probably can't play for a win here. Yeah, some sort of rook takes a2, and it's just a... I wouldn't say an easy draw, but it's a theoretical draw. It's some suffering, but it should be relatively holdable. Okay, so there hasn't been that much progress in the remaining games, so I can see. Ooh, actually there has been in this Anderson game. So Anderson after some thought dropped the queen back to b2. So the idea is that I guess he's just keeping all his options open, rook c1, b4, etc. Black hits with b5. Anderson's like, no problem, I'll play rook c1, threatening cb5, queen b8, because otherwise cb5 was a big threat. And now we take on c6 and play b4. No, I like white. I really like white here. I stand by my prediction. This was the first game that I predicted. Yeah, and I stand by it. I think white has a very good position. All our pieces are just great. We can consider just doubling with a c file. Huge. Very nice position. So, yeah, I think that's that's pretty much all the games for now. I will take a quick break and I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, alright? So, yeah, don't go anywhere. All right, guys, we are back, and the reason we are back is because they have a lot. There have been a lot of developments in this Yin Long game. It's looking like one of the most interesting games this round. So Rook C8 was played, Rook D4. So he left it somewhere here, right? Bishop F1 and E5. Check King E7 and yeah, King E6. Okay, so Yin Long starting to feel a little frisky already. Yeah, he's thinking of ways to play for a win. Rook takes A5. And knight f4. Wow. Okay. So bishop takes g2 is probably a disaster because of rook g8, yeah. And knight h3 is absolutely crushing. As far as I can see at least, that there's just no perpetual at all. And knight h3 comes. So you can't do that. You can't take on g2. White plays rook b5. By the way, this is kind of interesting because black's pieces have all activated. And black's starting to get his own threats, but white has won the a5 pawn. He's starting to just push his queen side. So this is going to be a huge race. Okay, so white still isn't really threatening to take on g2. That's clear. Okay, so what can we do? Especially about that a pawn, which starts to look quite strong. Not so simple. Not so simple. Not so simple. I mean, that's weird, no? Should be good for us, but it's hard. Because I was thinking to play like rook g8, but that runs to bishop c4 right away. So this is hard to get something going. Do we push e4? But the thing is that do we have a follow up after a5? That's the question. It's hard though. I mean e3 I think it just take. I don't see any good follow up here. So it probably isn't this. Yeah, there's nothing here. Okay, so that's just I'm trying to think how else to make progress, because if I do move this knight away, I'm a bit worried that this bishop g2 might become an idea again. Maybe even here. Maybe I'm too worried for nothing, because rook g8 is still coming. But I don't know, I get a bit, concerned that something like this could happen, and white's pawn suddenly is just too strong. So, I don't know. It's not easy to make progress, no? Okay, let's go back to the drawing board. What are we seeing? Surely there must be a good move here, right? Let's see. Yeah, the engine I can see likes black a lot. I don't know what move he's suggesting though, so I I can't really say. It's such a mess. I think it's clear that, yeah, even without the engine, I think it was clear that black should have a move here, but it's not so easy to find. Hmm. Don't know. I don't know. It feels like it has to be pushing the center pawns. Feels like it has to be. So maybe we go through that line slowly. So let's say we start with e4, a5. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard. I'm gonna cheat and check the bar here and see whether it's down more. No, it's down even more, so e4 was correct. I'm cheating, I know, but you're allowed to cheat in commentary, so I will make use of that loophole. Yeah, I don't know what move it can be, actually. Imagine if it's just something simple like knight d5. But then bishop g2. Can't be. It can't be moving the rook back, surely. Actually, why not? Can we go with the rook back? Because now I might have knight g2 ideas. Yeah, I might play rook d8 and I might have knight g2 ideas like this. So, does this make any sense? Because now I have a lot of ideas of bringing the knight back. Yeah, like, okay, you could push a6, so, but I don't know. Somehow I don't feel that convinced by this idea. Like, I'm gonna cheat again, and it's gone back up. So clearly I messed up rook g7. Clearly rook g7 has messed up a little bit. Yeah, it's got all the way back up. So rook g7 is not the move. I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing. I'm missing something really simple here. It's infuriating. It's infuriating. What am I missing? It's something really easy, I'm sure. It can't be knight d3 surely, right? Bishop d3, e d3, everything just seems to be hanging. These pawns they're just not gonna be very strong. It can't be very strong. So hard. No, if Yinlock manages to even come close to finding the right move, I'll be seriously impressed. Yeah, I'll be seriously impressed. Although he has impressed me many times in the past, so I'm gonna put it past him to find it. But as it stands, I have no clue what the right move is. No clue. I know it must be there, but I can't find it. Wait, can it just be something like rook d8? Can it just be something like this? So if a6, I think I have this move. You might have got it. You might have got it. This is mate, by the way. Is it rook d8? Is that the move? Yes! Yes! Gosh, it took me so many tries to get it, but I found it. Rook d8. Rook d8 is crushing. Whew! What a nice move, no? Nah, it's simple. I want e3, but I don't want it to go to the d4, so rook d8. So he's found e4. He's found e4 already. No, e4 is wrong. What the hell? Now, rook d8 apparently is the way to start with. So this is correct. This idea, you just have to start with it. And e4 is wrong because of check, apparently. And somehow this is holding. Don't even ask me why. But somehow this is holding. Rook g8. Check. Ah, and it's rook h6. Right, okay. If king e5, apparently rook h6 is not so good because of rook d8. But then we just give checks. And basically once the king, if the king does move here, then now we can play rook h6 because rook b8 runs into b4. And then I get rook h4. And I'm doing very well. Or even king d2, king e3. I'm doing very well. So it's found it, yeah, by the way. Oh, no, he checked the v6 immediately. Makes sense as well. King e5 is in play. There might be a repetition like this. But yeah, rook d8 is a great move. No, this is it's a super exercise. It's kind of mad. Find a move like rook d8, it's kind of crazy. I'm gonna give this to my students, see if anyone can find it. Unless they're watching it now, in which case they probably know it's coming, but otherwise I think I think they'll quite like this one. Honestly, I'm going to literally just put it in my chess space right now if I forget. Okay, let's see. No, that's a great exercise, no? By the way, big developments here. I was just saying that Dukwa could try to play for a win, right? And what do you know? Who is winning? What a joke. So where did we leave it? We left it here, where black was pressing and black was just better. And Dukwa just I thought he missed rook f3. Maybe this was his genius plan to get a worse position, just like the exchange, and pretend to suffer so his opponent gets complacent, and now and then white gets a good position now. And bishop d8 was still, I was just saying, right, if he had some risk appetite, if it high risk appetite, he could go for bishop d8. And he has gone bishop d8. I think black should have gone for e4. So of course king f4, e3 is a problem, right? So g3 and then some sort of f4 like this probably had to be played. And probably this was better. Because now, yeah, after h5 it's really weird because yeah, actually you could have taken this pawn, but I guess he was a bit worried about some sort of push, maybe something like some sort of g3, but I don't know why, because you know this looks good for white, no? Rook g8. Okay, maybe it's not so clear, yeah, you do lose both pawns. But turns out the a pawn is very strong. And that's pretty much the key, yeah, but it's not easy. Yeah, Jimmy was talking about this e4, e3. Yeah, can he go steal g3 though? I mean, bishop h4. I mean, bishop a5. Can he still go like e4, g3? So similar to what we saw just now. f4 probably. G f4, rook f8. And that's just a critical moment, no? Can I still go bishop v6? Because I want to do this now. But you do take here, right? That's the problem. Maybe you take here, and I was hoping for this, but it seems like black's very much. No, but this should be bad, right? This should actually be really bad. That's my pawns just go, right? I think your pawns are just too slow, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking too quickly because your pawns look pretty fast as well. Now I think of it. Maybe I go bishop d6, so I stop g3. Hey, I don't know whether they're fast or they're slow. They look both fast and slow at the same time. Just weird. Maybe I just don't care about your pawns. I'll just be like, oh, whatever. I'll just push mine. You know, I could even take maybe. Thinking whether to this is actually winning. It might be just straight up winning, yeah. Actually, it is winning. The funny thing is that I'm looking at a table base. Not every move is winning. Ah, because a6 runs into rook g6. Okay, that makes sense. So we just play b4 and then we just push. And it is winning. And now I think a6 should be winning now, yeah, surely. And I just push that b5. Yeah, my pawns are just too strong. a6 and... yeah, just b6 and b7. It's too strong. So I don't think I'm too worried about that, right? In that sense. Let's see if anyone has other suggestions. I like this I like this conversation between me and Jimmy. Like once in a while he suggests some interesting moves and then I have to try to find a way to do something against them, right? Let's see, I'm checking with the engine if that line was making any sense at all. Bishop b6 is not that strong. Apparently rook d5 is stronger. I wasn't sure what to do after king h6, but turns out there's this bishop d8, bishop g5. So that's very strong. And if king g6, then now bishop b6 is apparently a better version. because of the fact that there's bishop takes f8. Got it. Okay. So this is even better, actually, rook d5. But bishop e6 is good enough, I guess. And now this endgame, yeah, this endgame is winning, yeah. King takes c4, it's winning. Yeah, it's winning. Okay. So, yeah, sometimes I'm not too bad at chess, can I say. Okay, see how the Yin Long game is going? Wow, okay. No, I thought Yin Long declined the repetition, but no, it was correct. No, they're probably going to repeat at this point. I think it would be crazy for White to try to play on here. Like, he survived the scare, he better just take the draw before it gets bad. By the way, the Anderson game is really heating up as well. There's knight b6. What on earth is this? How did we get here? Like, White's lost his whole center. Nah, I jinxed him, haven't I? I've totally jinxed this guy. No, I'm an idiot again. I did say I shouldn't jinx it, and I've just jinxed him. CV5. He can still do well though. Queen d2, rook d8, knight b2, and I'm not sure about knight b2, but he was in time trouble. Yeah, maybe he didn't like d5 obviously. And then how do you deal with d5? Bishop f1 maybe. I'm threatening knight f4. I don't know what he didn't like about that. Like bishop c4 or something. Feels super loose though for black. Feels super loose. Feels like rook c4 could work. No, surely this works, right? Okay, maybe it's not so clear. Okay, it's not so clear. It's not so clear. Okay. Yeah, it's not so clear, unfortunately. But I still feel that this has to be the way to go, no? This has to be the way to go. Maybe there was a stronger move here, I don't know. But anyways, whatever. He didn't like this for some reason. Yeah, bishop f1 probably should have been played. Knight b2 allows d5, which I felt was quite strange, but maybe this was his whole plan. He seemed to blitz this part out, so I guess this was his plan, but it feels super risky though to go for some line like this. I mean, that pawn on f3, it just feels a bit much, no? I mean, you win the exchange and that's all good, but the thing is that firstly, I'm not sure he wants to take on d8. He will have to take one of these rooks at some point, because black's also threatening to unpin at some point with rook d8 ideas, right? So he's gonna have to take one of these guys at some point. But the thing is, if you take right, then now black gets knight d5 ideas, and then there are some issues with this bishop. Yeah, and there's also knight e5 later, maybe going to g4. And with these pawns, these strong central pawns, I feel like black's just fully compensated for whatever he's got, right? As I see, he's got even an extra. He's even got a pawn and a knight for the exchange, right? He's got a pawn and a knight for the rook, so he's got a pawn in the exchange. So it's not bad compensation actually. Yeah, rook takes c8. The thing is that black's in time trouble, so this is gonna be, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a huge fight, this one. Like in time trouble, it's gonna be so hard to play this position. It's gonna be so hard. It's gonna be panicking a little bit. But we'll see how this one goes. I mean, it's definitely looking interesting at this point. Let's see if any other games are in time trouble. We have the Leap War game, which I don't know. Black's up a pawn. I can see a pawn. That's what I can see. How did he get there? Oh, he missed bishop c6, I guess. Yeah, or maybe he allowed it, but I don't know. I feel like this is a bit extreme to play for a win like this, no? I mean, black's got an extra pawn, and you can't really come closer, because you come closer, sorry. If you try to bring your king closer, yeah, it's going to run into some sort of bishop e1. So you can play knight e3, no problem, but now d4, I guess, will come. Okay, maybe white shouldn't lose this, yeah. If he's not excessively careless, he shouldn't lose this, but or maybe this is interesting, yeah. Like, actually, I can see white losing this, actually. I can totally see white losing this. Especially if white, he's not careful. Maybe he should just try to sit tight on d3 and just make a draw like this. Maybe this is his best shot. Although I'm a bit worried that this could still happen, That seems like a serious possibility for what could happen. Because also another thing is you don't want to bring the knight to a really bad circuit, right? Like, you could play knight g2, but it's a little bit sad. Yeah, maybe you have to do it though. Like now we play like knight h4, we tie him down to g6, and then we play the knight to f3, and then okay, king d3, put the knight on e5. And white shouldn't lose this, but he won't be able to make any progress, so I don't think he's gonna have any winning chances, but he shouldn't lose this. So maybe this is the way white should go for. But it's a bit sad when you're playing someone who's so much lower rated to go for this, but you know, you gotta play the position in front of you, right? So I think you sort of have to do it. Yeah, okay. Let's see. What else is going? Bishop a6. Wow, okay, so we were just saying that Uzziah probably will hold this, yeah, but now as he starts to push the pawns to the queen side, it's a bit. Maybe I was a bit premature in predicting that. So c5. Well, okay, takes. And he takes on c5. I think there was something to be said for b takes a5 too, right? I mean, this also looks like a pretty strong idea. And I'm pushing a6, yeah. I sort of like that idea a bit more than this, but okay. And I can see the engine liked it a bit more as well. But okay. You know, he's still pressing a little bit. The thing is, it's a bit hard to make progress because black's pieces are just so active, and he's actually very close to the c pawn, so it's hard to really even push that pawn. I think that's white's biggest problem, right? Like, he can't really push the c pawn. That being said, he's trying to confuse his opponent. So he's trying to go for bishop c8. That's a threat. That's a serious threat. It needs to be dealt with seriously. Ooh. This is not so easy. Not so easy, guys. It's really not so easy to deal with this. Maybe we go bishop c6, but then, you know, you could go bishop c8, right? King e7. And maybe f takes c5 like this. So you take on a4, we take f5. Now we've won a pawn, and we definitely have winning chances here. Pretty good ones, I would say. So, I don't know, this is definitely not the way we want to do it. But do we have a choice? Is this excessively risky? Bishop c6 like this. Looks a little bit much though. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with you, it feels a bit much. Bishop c4. He probably has to go to e7 because now. No, maybe you can go bishop d5 after all. Maybe this is still okay. Don't know. So suffering is suffering, but I think he has to do it right because I can't imagine what else you can do against bishop c8 than taking on f4. So I think I have to do it right and then, you know, suffer a little bit. But then again, you know, I feel like once you entered this endgame, you sort of know that against someone who's a bit higher rated, or actually quite a bit higher rated, it's almost 300 points higher rated, that I think you have to, yeah, you have to, yeah, you have to suffer a little bit. And I think Uzziah going into this knew he was gonna have to suffer a little bit. But someone who doesn't like to suffer is Anderson, and yeah, we have a total mess here. So what happened was knight takes c8, rook takes c8, e5. Rooks come off the board, and bishop d4, hitting that knight. What a messy position. I haven't the slightest clue what's going on here. So obviously we want to push e3. Yeah, there's no question about that. We want to push e3 or f2. Either one would be simply the dream. So knight fg4 seems natural. Has there been more moves played? Oh, knight fg4 has been played. Okay. Seems natural. Now there are a lot of threats here. f2 might be a threat. Bishop takes f2 and some sort of knight f3 check. That seems like a pretty serious threat. So it has to be dealt with. Has to be dealt with, this one, but how? Not easy. Not easy at all. Really not easy. I don't know how to defend this. It feels so bad. Just to show you what the idea is, it's gonna look something like this, okay? Bishop f2, knight f3. king g2, and maybe it's still not easy. No, I've overhyped it for black now. No, because I was thinking I'll play. No, it works actually. I wanted to play e3, then I forgot there's queen f3, but then it turns out I still have bishop d5. No, but then I have rook c8. What is this? This line is crazy. Absolute madness. And I think white's winning at the end of this line somehow. Don't know how it's happened, but like king h2 or something feels should be winning, yeah. I don't know actually. No, king h2 with e2, so maybe g4. Maybe that's the way. No, knight takes g4. Turns out the winning move is bishop c4. Wow, that's crazy. We just cheated with the engine again. Sorry about that. But insane line. Okay, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen this. But it turns out then if f2 is not that serious, then maybe h3 is worth consideration. Although, can he play e3 instead? That's what I'm a bit worried about. Because this is the other black idea that white needs to worry about. Bishop takes e3. Knight takes e3 is horrible. So, what else is there? There's hg4, but now f2 is gonna come, right? King h2 and knight g4 feels disastrous. King h3 and that's mate, right? Oh goodness. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So e3 is a big threat, f2 is a big threat. How to stop? How to stop if queen d2, f2 loses on the spot? Because bishop f2, knight f3 wins the queen. Then what else is there? Queen e1 again, I think runs into. Say again runs into f2. Yeah, f2 as well, yeah, because it's protected. You don't have queen f2, and we win. Then what can we do? What does he do? He plays rook c3, so he stops e3, and he controls f3. It's a good idea, but black instantly plays queen d5. Wow, instant. Renewing all the threats. Queen's hanging here. Wow. I think white's busted. I think white's completely busted. I have nothing to do but to apologize to Anderson. I jinxed him. The curse of the commentator. It's real. Oh, I'm so sorry. He's a good friend of mine as well, so I should have known better. Yeah, it's a huge misjudgment on my part. What can I say? No, okay. So it is rook c5. Queen goes back to d8. Maybe it's not too bad though. c5. Maybe I'm being dramatic. I'm being dramatic again. Queen a1. I would just say one thing about Anderson that's impressive. He's just such a good defender. He's a very good defender. And somehow it looks so dead, but he's finding all the right moves, I think. I'm not checking it with the engine, but you know, it's like it feels to me that he's really holding on here. f2 doesn't work as far as I can see. It's just bishop f2. e3 runs into bishop takes e5, f2, and then king g2, I guess. And I don't see the win there. Queen e8, king h3, I think. Now maybe some knight takes e5 check there is really good. Wow, he plays knight d3. It's a completely different direction. I was expecting. No, I was expecting some sort of e3 like this to sack. But maybe there is this move. No, I just realized. Because we were looking at lines like this, but it's dead, of course. Yeah, like queen a8 and yeah, it's dead. But the problem is, I think he has bishop takes e3, which is quite cute. It's quite a cute move, no? Knight takes e3, and now I think you play rook takes e5. And not queen takes e5 because of f2 and knight g4 check, but rook takes e5. And purely from a human point of view, this feels like he's holding on. I'm not sure is something like this working though. King takes f2, queen f6 check. No, queen f6, king e3. No, I'm still I will blame that on a jet lag. Yeah, but knight g4 looks really strong though. Still king g1 though. But queen f6. This looks really bad, actually. So maybe this was the way to go. Yeah, e3 was completely winning. It's mate in 14. So e3 was a winning move. Knight d3 takes and h3 is played. d2. What on earth is d2? What on earth is that move? Trying to figure out what he's trying to do. Hg4 f2, is that the idea? Hg4 f2, bishop takes f2, bishop takes g4, and you can't stop the queen. Literally not. I mean, king takes f2 and then bishop takes g4 and you can't stop the queen. Wow. It's actually an insane idea. Maybe just bishop b3. Maybe bishop b3 is the easier way. I was trying to be too fancy there. Just bishop b3. Can't stop it. Wow. It's actually fantastic. c1 is dead, yeah, because the problem is that it's not just this rook, but you lose the bishop as well. Wow, it's actually really cool, this idea. d2. Oof. Oof, this is not something that's nice to see. Don't know what to do in that case. It's just dead, no? It's totally dead. -6, as expected. He's dead. Sorry, Andy. That was my fault. Anyways, let's put that behind us and let's move on to the... Wow, what the hell is this? Is black winning here? So... Oh, Yin Long played on. He played on with king g5. He didn't take the draw. Wow. And black took on g2. And h5. Wow. Yeah, because then he can play king h4 without running to rook h6 check, which is the key. Rook b5, rook f8, just protecting. It's just so calm. King h4, king h3, and just rook a8. Wow. It's a cool idea. Cool idea. So I guess the idea is that, of course, a7 is hanging, right? So this... Is he trying to do this? What a genius. Wow. No, this looks really strong. This is winning, no? This is winning. He's played rook f5. We'll see, is that his idea? If it is, it's a genius idea. He's gonna do it, isn't he? He's gonna do it. Oh, maybe I'm being too fast. There's king d2. I forgot there's king d2 actually. It's something I probably shouldn't have forgotten. Oh, I'm being too fast for my own good. Yeah, maybe it's not that simple. He does play rook a7, by the way. But actually, now I'm thinking of it, is it that simple after king d2? It seems quite messy, actually. What on earth is going on here? Who's the genius? I don't know. One of them is the genius, but I can't figure out who it is. It's like a murder mystery, but in chess. Okay, surely he's gonna play king h2, right? If that doesn't work, he's gonna play king h2. So there is the option to do this. And they're actually both captures, so make some sense, yeah? There's I mean, g2 is obviously the obvious one, the king g1. No, this should be good for black, right? I mean, f2 is hanging as well. This must be good for black. So, what do you do in this case? Move the rook, I guess. So what else do you do? Now I can move my knight, say to h3. So I'm threatening to queen. And maybe play rook h5. And actually, I'm not so sure. I'm a bit stuck now. Because if I queen, you just take it, right? And then my knight hangs. So who is the genius, actually? I don't know. Surely king d2 has been played, right? Yeah, king d2 has been played. Who's the genius here? What a mess. What an absolute mess this one is. I'll figure that out later. Meanwhile, in the Anderson game, he's checkmated. So, tough luck. Tough luck to Anderson. But, yeah. Let's go back here because I'm trying to figure this one out. No, I can't seem to figure it out actually. King D2. I have to say though, the balls of this guy to play for a win as black, it's quite a commendable effort, but I can't see the move. And if I can't see the move, I'm worried because we're down so much material now. We're down so much material. And 3 minutes left. Let's see if we actually can see anything because I can't see anything, that's for sure. I'm just gonna close my eyes and check the eval bar and see where it says. Triple zeros, okay. And we've actually multiple moves, so I am worried for no reason. I've chosen to worry for no reason. Let's try to find one of these moves, shall we? Let's try to at least just find one of them. Surely King H2 has to be the move, right? Rook moves. And then what? If I move the knight, then I lose h5. I can't lose h5. I can lose the knight, I can't lose h5. That's clear. Can I do this? h4 takes h3. I want a queen. So you might have to go rook h4. Now I go rook g8. I still want a queen. How is this? It's one of those triple zeros, so it's actually okay. Takes and somehow this is some sort of triple zeros. I think probably the rook will be given up for this pawn, but okay, we have to give our rook up for one of these pawns as well, and it's going to be a draw. Typical engine line. So, is this correct, by the way? No, after king h2, you have to play rook g2. Wow. No, this looks bad, but I guess there's no way to protect this pawn. So it's not possible to play rook e1 for some reason. But not rook b1 because of check. How's this working? King e3, check. King takes an h4. Wow, we just play h3 and we're always threatening to queen. Yeah, we were threatening the queen now, so I have to play rook g5. I just push h3 and just chill. Wow. Okay, that's hard. It's really hard. Let's see what he does. Ooh, he goes straight for g1. He goes straight for g1. But obviously this is not play for a win. It's clear this is not a play for a win. Because... oh, is it a play for a win? You have to push this pawn. Pawn goes quite fast. I thought at first I had rook h4 for some reason, but of course there's king takes f2. So, it is a play for a win. It's very much a play for a win, actually. That being said, I think black should be able to draw this without too much trouble. Yeah, take on e4. h4 will come, right? No, it's clear we have to give our rook up for one of these pawns. It's clear. Should we do it now? There's 3 pawns, but our pawns are quite... they're not very far advanced, are they? Not very far advanced, these pawns. I'm thinking maybe we start with king e2. Because I want to play rook g4 and force your rook over. Now, I'm not so sure what black does here, because if you push h3, this is my idea, right? And then, I know I will never lose this as white. Never. I may not win it, because your pawn is so far advanced, but I won't lose this. So maybe this is the way to go, just to be safe. Just to be safe. Is there an option not to push that pawn? But I don't see how you would do it without pushing that pawn. You could take on f2. Actually, maybe you could do this. Yeah, just take on f2 like this. Yeah, you could do this. Rook h4, king g3, rook h1, h4. Okay, so I'm gonna have to give my rook up for this. What does he do? He does none of the above. He just goes straight with king e2. This might be more accurate, actually. I don't know. h4 is in play. Now I just rook g4 must be his idea. Or maybe it is to play king takes e4. Maybe it is to play rook takes e4 like this. h3 check and then, transpose to that line. So actually king e2 was more accurate than playing than taking on e4 for sure. This is not to allow rook takes f2. Yeah, this looks like, I feel like it's very safe for white, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is all happening in a game, by the way. King h2, I guess. Or king h1. Maybe king h1, so I can push to h2. Because I think also when you push to h2, yes, our king's a little bit boxed in, but at the same time, we are one move away from queening, right? So you can't really do whatever you want, because my rook's going to start to come around and, annoy your king, and you'll be some sort of perpetual most likely. Because my king will have to stay on f1 and f2. Again, we're going to play f4 or something, yeah, for instance. What I'm trying to say is something like this, and you could like bring the rook around. If b4, then I think there will be some sort of perpetual like this. Yeah. If king f3, I could go this way, maybe. Or if you go back, then it's just a draw like this, yeah. So this is probably one way that this could happen, but I expect this to be a draw. Okay, let's go back to the Kavin game. What on earth is going on? Kavin's down a rook, but is there a perpetual? What on earth is this? How has this happened? So we left it somewhere here. It's been an absolute mess has happened. So rook at h6 and Kavin played c4 and ran straight into this. What on earth? It's just a straight blunder. Oh, this hurts. This absolutely hurts. I'm not even playing the game, but I feel for him, man. It's just absolutely horrible. But okay, Kavin is fighting, yeah. He finds this knight f5 move. It's to his credit, yeah. He's fighting. He's very much fighting. Yeah, but the problem is that I think from position is just too bad, yeah. Besides, he's fighting, right? Like he's rook d3, queen b7, yeah. So he's fighting on valiantly, and yeah, obviously his opponent is finding it difficult to win. But I think at the end, rook f6. Wow, rook f6. So what's happened? He's gone to h5, and if hit g4, can he avoid the perpetual? That's the question. So okay, let's see what checks do we have with queen g4 with hg4. If hg4, can you avoid the perpetual here? Probably you can. Yeah, king g6, check, and I think that's it, right? Queen d4 check. Oh wait, king g6 says queen d3. So, ooh, might have to go to h6. Check and queen g6, yeah. Maybe this is the way you avoid it. There's no way to avoid it now. Queen e3 check, king g7. Check, and I think you avoid it somewhere here. With some sort of move like this. Yeah, something like this should be avoiding somehow. It's not so clear though. Not so clear. Something like this. But, I mean, it doesn't seem that clear actually, queen d2. How did she get out of this? Maybe hg4 was good. Okay, queen g4 has been played anyways. King h6, check. And this has been played. Okay, so he'd rather have that d4 on h3 than on g4. Interesting choice. Can you avoid it actually? Quite interesting situation though. I think Black is trying to decide whether he can avoid it. Wow. How would you avoid something like this? Trying to figure out. Just like everywhere we go, white has a good reply. You need something smart. Jeez, I think we promised we can't get our rook into play, and even if we, and also another thing is that our rook will be hanging in some lines because it's just not protected, right? Wow, this is this is kind of mad. What is this? This is kind of mad. Wow, I mean, if Kavin survived knight h4, wow, he deserves an IM now. Let's just put it that way. He absolutely deserves it. Yeah. Did he get lucky in this game? Yeah, he did probably, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's actually a draw. I mean, it's just a perpetual. There's no way to do it. Just a perpetual. So I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, that game will end in some sort of perpetual. By the way, that rook endgame that I was saying was gonna take a long time, 100 moves. It did not take 100 moves because basically it was as I was saying, right? Once you allow the king to g5, it's a total disaster. f5 was wrong, yeah, and now it's just a disaster. The king comes in, and yeah, at some point there is this h5 move, and everything just totally collapses. Takes, and yeah, and now white just pushes his pawn to glory, and black lost. Chao Yichen against Li Bo. What? Li Bo's won a lot of pawns actually. How did he do that? How did he win all these pawns? Wait, so Chao Yichen played d4? Oh no, he played knight e3, and he played back to c2. Ah, smart guy. So you control e1. But, and then you take on d4 so that bishop e1, knight e2. Wow. No, this is very nice play actually. I mean, Li Bo has obviously lost a whole bunch of rating, but you know, he was a pretty decent IM before, so it's kind of showing his strength. Yeah, I think actually there are some pretty good winning chances now. No, I think he's winning now. Yeah, he can. I think the strategy will be to kick the king back and then slowly make our way to the queen side and pick these guys up. It's gonna be a bit hard because f4 is sort of hanging in his line, so it's not gonna be the easiest, but should be possible to make that work. But it's not gonna be easy to win this, I think. Shouldn't be that easy to win, as I understand. Another option is to just try to create a passer here. That's also a possibility. And both options look kind of interesting, yeah. Let's say king f7. We could play f5. We could like do something also like knight f3. Sorry, we can't go king e6 because of knight e5. But I could do something like this and then play f5 like this. But well, apparently this is just nothing, yeah, because I think the thing is that I can't make progress here. I can, for instance, get these type of positions, but I'm just gonna make a whole bunch of bad moves. But basically, I want to just illustrate that we can get a position like this, yeah. But there's just nothing we can do. We can just wait, I think. So I think we shouldn't play f5. Maybe our strategy. I think I've got it. We'll put our knight on d3 because our knight on d3 both protects this pawn and hits b4. We'll put our knight on b3 at some point, once bishop d2 is played. So I can play king d5, and then maybe put the knight on d3 here. Still not easy though. I don't really see how to make progress. We maybe can zugzwang him though, I'm thinking. So play king d6, plays bishop c3. No, it's not hitting this guy anymore. But I don't know if that helps. We could check him and then come in again. So we could make some progress this way, but I'm not sure whether we can really do anything meaningful. Probably the answer is no, yeah. It's not really possible to make any sort of meaningful progress here. That's the issue, no? Still not easy, you know? Yeah, he messed up for sure, the Grandmaster. Kavin messed up? Did he mess up? How did he mess up? No, he didn't mess up. There's a draw. No. The queen just. I think they just put the pieces back. They just agreed to draw and then put the pieces back without putting the kings in the center, and then that extra move was recorded. But basically, that's what's happened here. So that means we are left with one last game, and it's this endgame. This endgame is gonna take a long time. I haven't actually figured out how to win this. Maybe it's not possible to win, yeah, because f4 is just being hit a lot of the time. So you just put your bishop on d2, and it's like, how do you win this? So instead knight f3. No, we have talked about this idea, right? You put the bishop on c3 and just wait with your king, and f5 doesn't win. f5 basically just never wins because we just wait with our king on g7, and if you force our king, we just go back to g8 and you just wait with our bishop, and you can't force us any further from there. So that one's a draw. But then there's no real way for me to get to v4. v4 is too far from f4. That's the problem, and I can't really take v4 and protect g5 at the same time. That's my other issue. Because once I take v4, I will lose both kingside pawns. So, if there is a win, it's gonna have to be some sort of like crazy maneuver. But I don't see the win. Computer doesn't see the win. So I expect this game is gonna take 100 moves, but it'll be a drop. It's my prediction. So we'll see if I'm right in the next round, alright? Because I'm gonna sign off right now. So, oh, just one other question. Someone was saying bring knight to d5 square. Okay, we haven't looked at that plan yet. So let's just whatever, we can do whatever we want, right? Let's say we bring our knight to d5 here. Okay, let's do it this way. Knight on d5, bishop d2. How to win? I don't think it's possible to win because now I'll just wait. You go king d4, I wait. No problem. You go king c4, I wait again. Very important, my bishop must cover both. Otherwise I lose one. But you cannot make progress, right? Because if you take, this is the point I was making, right? There's no way to teleport our knight back to e4 and defend everything. So we lose this guy as well. And then we can't win. So I don't see a way to make progress, actually. I just don't. Wow, the engine actually says there's a way. Okay, so it's some sort of weird king d3 like this. And then knight e3. I'm trying to figure out how this is working. Oh, it's going to c2 at some point, right? But I don't see how to get it done. So you go to c2, f4 hangs. Okay, it's gone f5, so it's objectively a draw now. He doesn't find it either. No, I can't figure out how does this work. So apparently, if we bring the knight to d5, it's a draw, but we have to play bishop. We have to play king e6 after king c4. This is the key. And not king g7 because of king d3. And if you play bishop e1, then knight e3. And if I hit you this way, then knight g2. Wow, and then just king c4 and take it. There's some cool maneuvers actually. I found none of those by myself. It's all engine. But look at this. King c2, forcing the bishop to a3. Then we play knight e3 and knight c4. What a boss move. No, this is another one I'm gonna save as a puzzle for my students, see if they can figure it out. But king e6 is the way. And it's a draw. And after f5, I mean, it must be a draw. It's just actually quite easy. You just wait with your bishop, and then it's just a draw. So it will be a draw. Okay, so that's all for today, yeah? Not for today, but for this round. I mean, today I'll be coming back at 3 p.m. for the next round, so 2-hour break, but I'll be back in no time. So I'll see you then, alright? And until then, cheers and bye for now. Yeah.
Tadi baru ada. Iya ke? Kasih belum? Minta kasih. One is enough. You want to? Spicy. Then I wait.